hello, 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 hello. This is stream number 314, and I just started just in time. Almost ran out of time. I'm just starting up the stream right now. Sort of killing time. Let's see here. I want to do, serve. Here I'm going to start up the front end of the game, npm start. And I need to start my stream helper. Let me get that going. And the stream timer. Go ahead and just start that now. Count up, go. All right. Hey there, TS Just. How are you doing? Good evening to you, or good morning, wherever you folks are, my fine friends. I'm doing better. I still have like, I don't know, junk in my ears. Like I can't pop my ears very easily. But I don't have a fever anymore, and I don't have, still coughing a little bit. Man, it sucks to get a bad cold. And just when this, like, coronavirus is going around, too, it's, like, scaring everybody. Pretty sure I don't have that. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. I saw you rating, who was it, Adam earlier? How are you doing? Oh, looks like my bot is, can't connect because the token is old. All right, so that means I need to get a new token. Let me do that off screen here. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to start another window that's off screen for this. I have a tool to help me do this now called Twarlock. And I want authorize. Localhost. Scopes. Okay, I don't have that list. I should just make a script for this. Where do I have that list? Probably in Postman. All right. Need to get a list of what scopes I usually request. Where is it? Various scopes. There it is. I just need to write this list down is what I need to do. Can't show it on screen. Yes, that's the correct one. All right, and I need to get this link. Edit, copy, and then in a new window here, paste it. And then I need to log in. Shoot. Oh, I want to log in as the bot, don't I? So I should do an incognito window for this. And in my password manager, this is really complicated. I need to automate this process of getting an OAuth token for my bot. It is a pain. It's a good thing that I only need to do this like once every 2 or 3 months. Or is it maybe once a month and I'm just not remembering it? Blocking out of my memory, maybe. Okay, it needs the token that I just got. What is the token, please, phone? It's that. All right. And then I got my OAuth token here. I'm going to put it into my bot configuration. There. Save. And it's connected. And there was much rejoicing. All right, so then sort that. Cool. Bot is up and running for the stream helper. Actually, I wonder, I need to test to see, does the bot, hey there, Toulouse. See if the bot in the game needs to be updated. Okay, it's probably still working because it's still connected. What I should probably do is update it now before I have to do this later. Let me grab the token out, and then I have to do this off screen again. All right, and then oh, I need to have this in a file. Why did I just make this so I could enter it into a text field? All right, where did I usually keep this stuff? Aha. That text file, and that's the old token, so that's not going to work for anybody. The new token was over here. Creation. There is the new token. Save. All right, and then I need to upload that one. Tedious. There it is. Now take it offline and put it online to test the new token. Hopefully it comes back up. Why are you training new token? No, the tokens expire. How do I show that? Let's see if I can show that without revealing anything. So clear this CLS, I think. It's OAuth validate, but I need to put the token in the configuration file. So hold on. First, I got a notepad again. And then configuration. Here's the new token. Cancel. Over here, paste. Actually, I don't want to blow away that other token. Then I'm gonna I'll show you what it is for a different token. Validate. Yeah, so I have, let's see, this doesn't reveal anything, right? So I made a token the other day with this tool I've been building up that is sort of like more work outside my stream to just build up some tools that I use for Twitch. And, I grabbed a token for myself, and this has this expires in. So that's the number of seconds I have left, right? And since I made this token the other day, I'm going to guess this number of seconds is close to like a month. So 86,400 it's a number of days. So it's 55 days. So I would guess it's 60 days that the tokens last for. Hey, there's Slickfur. Yeah, so every 60 days the OAuth tokens I have for my game and for my stream helper expire. And if I was really good at this, actually probably I'll eventually put this in automatically. It should just automatically detect if the token's about to expire. And then either, if I could figure out how to get it to auto refresh, I'll do that. Otherwise, maybe just send me a message saying, the token that we're using for the bot is about to expire. You need to get a new one. So the old tokens might have different expirations, but the ones you can generate nowadays only last like 60 days. But I've heard that there's a way to renew tokens, but I think it depends on the kind of token that you get. So the kind of token that I'm getting to have these kinds of scopes logged in as me, it only lasts 60 days. So anyway, I'm done with that one. And okay, hey there, Red Sky One. How are you doing? So let's see. I already agreed. There we go. My stream helper is up to date now. I can go back to localhost for the game here. And what else do I need to make sure I close that window? I don't need Postman anymore, so goodbye Postman. That's good. The timer's running. Okay, stream has started. How long did that take me? That took me... Hold on. It only took me 10 minutes to start the stream. Actually, I don't have the custom redemptions. Hey there, Marmai. I'd like to have this. I have too many windows. I was talking to another streamer in, I think, User 335's channel the other day, and he said that he requires 4 windows when he streams. And I'm like, 4 windows? Why do you need 4 windows? Because I only have, I mean, four monitors. I'm like, I only have 2. Why does he require 4? And then he basically says that he really doesn't like overlapping windows. So I have, like, on my off stream monitor, I have like 4 windows that overlap, and he doesn't like that. So I can understand. Yeah. So those 4 windows, if I had them like on 2 other monitors, then I would be able to do without overlapping it. You need 5. TS Just, you've been watching too much of Tim. Tim has influenced you too much. You do not need 5 monitors without streaming. Too many windows. Install Linux. Yeah, it's monitors. How do you get more monitors? What OS do I need to duplicate monitors? You need more than 5. Well, that means you need 5, but you also need more. You need 6, maybe, at least, right? Tim has 6 that are in front of his face, and then a whole bunch more off to the side, right? All right. This happens when I don't have the local token validated, right? So that needs to be HTTPS localhost 8084. Advanced, proceed, then reload this. All right. So here we are in my game. This is the local test environment. We're working on this today. The goal for today is to rewrite the scripts that drive these NPCs. So both this so-called friendly NPC, although I think George has schemes against us planned, and then these obvious monster NPCs. They're going to be running the same scripts. Right now it's a horrible mess, and I plan to rewrite it because even the tests for the scripts are horrible. And I just kind of threw up my hands the last time I was working on it and saying, you know, I could just do better by starting over. So I'm going to carry with me the lessons I learned from the last time I attempted to write scripts for my NPCs. And this is, let's see, how do I show this a little bit better? Oh, I didn't make a link to the page, so I'm not quite done setting up, am I? Yeah, one more thing. My apologies, but I need to do another window here. Get this link. This will only take like a minute. I just need to go onto OneNote Online, get a link to today's log, put that in the notebook and in the today command, and extra credit, I could put it into the Discord too. So copy link, go to tiny URL, paste, make it tiny, copy. I like to verify, make sure it works, but it probably works already. Yes, all right, so done with that. And then over in the notebook today, paste, there we go. And then let me put it in the game too. What's the today command say right now? Edit com today. Ramu is rewriting the scripts for his game's NPCs. For his game, for the NPCs in his game. Check. Okay, I can copy and paste the rest of this. And then get today's link. There. New today command. You're writing the scripts for the NPCs in his game. There we go. And then extra credit. Posting in my Discord the same thing. I am rewriting the scripts for my game's NPCs today. There's the link there. All right. So current task done with starting up the stream. I don't think I forgot anything. That's usually a sign that I forgot something. You're going from 2 to 1 monitors. If I had to choose one monitor, I'd pick my ultra wide monitor because with that resolution, I can comfortably put 2 half screen sized windows side by side. And it's like having two not 1080p monitors, but maybe two 720p monitors side by side. Yeah, because it's not exactly double 1920. It's 2560 by 1080p. So it's like a scrunched or squarish version of a 1080p. I can get two of those with the ultra wide. Try to use your 1080p monitor if planning to upgrade to a higher resolution one. Another reason, like, I try to limit the number of monitors I have. I have two reasons. One is I physically can't fit it here on my desk, and the number two is I want to be able to like still work on my laptop without getting really crippled. So if I started getting dependent on having 3 or 4 monitors and then switch to my laptop where I have just one tiny monitor, I think it would be painful. Nice. I got the little rat ears, huh? Hey there, Simo. How about switching from ultra wide to 43 monitor, 4K? Wow. What about at that point? I sometimes wonder why don't people just get nice projectors and they just like make their wall their monitor and just sit back and like look at their wall. If I mute here and there, it's because I still have a cough occasionally. In fact, I might take a break during the stream at some point and get some cough drops. They're in the other room. All right. So today is reviewing existing game NPC script design points. All right. That's what I'm doing right now. So I kind of put it into the plan today. So I broke it up into 3 basic categories, and I actually did it from the bottom up. So I first decided like if I had like, well, not if I had. If my desire is to write one script that kind of fits all different kinds of things an NPC would do, and to do it, and I was actually inspired by Adam's game Botland, where you write a script for a bot, and the script can be composed of a sequence of steps, and at any point, some of the steps might stop the script. They're called terminators. So I had the same kind of need for my game's NPC. So the script will be deciding, well, what should the NPC do? And it'll be like sort of ranked in priority order. So like the highest priority would be, if there's an enemy within attack range, just ignore all of the things, just aggro and attack. And attack is a terminator, which means that the decision to attack completes the script. So after you attack, you don't do anything else. Otherwise, the NPCs would be able to cheat, like both attack and move at the same time, right? I don't have the corona cough, T.S. Jost. I just have an ordinary cold. It only lasted a few days. And then it turned into, you know how colds sometimes change? Like first it's a sore throat, then it's the congestion, and then it's like fluid in the ears. Yeah, so I'm running the whole sequence of those things, but it's not too bad. I could have worked yesterday, but I did have a fever, and I'm like, well, I shouldn't push myself because then I'll just stay sick longer. So I took it a little bit easier, which ended up being a good thing because I needed to do extra driving yesterday, and I would have started the stream late anyway. Buy is a Terminator then? Oh yeah, anything that would end the player or end the character's turn would be a Terminator. So in Adam's game, like taunting is a Terminator, and moving and attacking and I think cloaking is a Terminator. Yeah. So all sorts of things stop the script, and so it makes it sort of, what's the right word? It sort of encourages you to write scripts that are just a sequence of conditionals where you do the top priority things first and the bottom priorities at the last. So I think I got this order right, and it's dependent on that characteristic that a Terminator will just be like a return statement or just stop the script. So attack is a Terminator. Things that you would imagine would constitute a decision or something that the NPC does is a Terminator. So attacking is a Terminator. Moving is a Terminator. Wandering around, which is really just a move. Yeah. So let's go through this. If you're standing next to an enemy, then you got to attack him, right? The only thing that might be higher than this is if we added the concept of fleeing. So if an NPC gets low on health and they decide that they want to run away, even if there's an enemy within attack range, maybe if your health is really low, you would flee. So that we might add that as even higher. So if there's no one within range to attack, the next highest priority would be if you've gone beyond the range of like if you've been pulled too far away from your tether point, if you're pursuing the anchor, returning because of the tether, then you would stop pursuing if you're within range again. If you're beyond range, drop aggro and begin pursuing. So these two, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. These two together constitutes like if you pull or if you kite is another word for it. If you kite a character too far away from where they're supposed to hang out, then we'll cancel all their actions. So none of this stuff gets done, and it's a I forget the word, but there are two states. So if you're beyond max tether range, you begin pursuing the anchor point, and if you're within the minimum tether range, you stop pursuing the anchor point. So that's like there are two thresholds: the start threshold, max, and the end threshold, which is min. So you don't go all the way back to the anchor; you just get closer to it, and then that allows you to get a little bit further out again until you reach that max again. And so it's sort of like a soft set of thresholds. And the word escapes me. There's a word for this, where you have two thresholds, a start and a stop threshold. Can't remember what it is. Anyway, next highest priority would be that. Actually, I don't think I need this if not beyond max tether range. Oh, I do, because pursuing is not a terminator. So this is if you're not beyond max tether range and an enemy is within aggro range. Actually, this should be not pursuing anything. Yeah, because you might be pursuing the anchor. Let's say, so if we're not beyond max tether range of anchor and not pursuing, but enemy is within aggro range, aggro and pursue. So if like you're not being yanked back to the anchor and you're not chasing anything in particular, but then there's an enemy within your aggro range, then you would start pursuing them, right? We've already figured out that there's nothing within attack range, so the most we could do is pursue them right now. I think I'm going to need a cough drop sooner than I thought. So the next highest priority is if we're guiding. So if we're leading someone through a dungeon, and then the client, the person that we're guiding, is out of range, and we've finished waiting for them, then we're going to give up on them. We set the anchor to the home position and begin pursuing that anchor. So it's these sort together right here encompass pursuit and guiding. So guiding is a special kind of pursuit, and I kind of, because I wanted to remember my definitions, I ended up drawing them here. Man, I'm gonna need to take a quick break to get a cough drop. So let me do this. Just a minute. Start the minute timer. Be right back. I did stretch, T.S. Joss, but thank you for the reminder. Got a cough drop now. All right. Hey there, Primogen. I had to stretch to get these nice CVS cough drops, a lifesaver for me today. I still have a cough, so if you see me doing the silent cough, it means I muted my microphone so as not to disturb you, and I had to cough. Basically, design scripts without knowing which NPCs they apply to later. You can prename the scripts that indicates the level difficulty level of the script. I don't know about the difficulty, but yeah, that was the intent, is to design the script to work for any kind of NPC. So the definition of what is an enemy would be different between a monster and a friendly NPC, and what designated is a client could be either a player or another enemy of the players, right? You could have an escort for a boss using a guide script to guide the boss around, right? So, yeah, you have the coughs too. I'm sorry, Primogen. Doesn't that suck when you're streaming and like you have to cough? I started to worry, like, as I was getting up to get these cough drops, I'm like, oh man, if this gets any worse, I might have to stop the stream early, and that would suck. It's hard to talk less when you're used to talking so much. Anyway, this is maybe the hardest to explain, and I'm not sure if I got the order right, but yeah. This one here is if you're being guided by an NPC and you get too far away, the NPC should stop and wait for you. No, actually, that's this one. This is if they already were waiting for you and they gave up waiting. This is if they're waiting for you. This is if they're not waiting for you. We're going to make sure that the wait timer is reset whenever they are moving. And then if we get to this point, wait being a terminator, right? So if we get to this point, that means they're not attacking, they are not waiting. If traveling, which guiding is a subset of traveling, then we're going to set the anchor to the next step. And this is one of the flaws in the current script. So I'm not doing this, and this is causing problems where if you're guiding way outside of your normal tether range, then the tether interferes with the guiding. So this basically resets the tether to be where you are now. So you're kind of like, your home is now mobile, so to speak. So set it to the next step, and then take the next step, and then taking next step is moving. So if we get past that point, that means we couldn't take the next step. So that implies that we've reached the end of the pursuit. So if we're traveling, pursue the next checkpoint. So they basically update to be the next, to path to the next place, right? So if we get to this, not pursuing, that means there was no next checkpoint. So I envision that what you do when you reach your destination could be different depending on what NPC it is or what you'd ask them to do. So we'll have the NPC cache a completion script. Actually, I wonder if I didn't add that here, so let's put this in here. Completion script. What to do when NPC reaches a destination, final destination. So we would run that. For example, the NPC down here named George. Where is George? There he is. I think I had him guiding from this point through this maze. So when he gets to the end of the path, he's supposed to turn around and go back. So that means his completion script would be basically to set a new, to set him traveling again with a new set of checkpoints to lead him back to the beginning. So running the completion script, I guess, would be a terminator too. So if you don't run the completion script, I should have a conditional here, right? If not traveling, wander. Yeah. I'm sort of not sure if having all these conditions is the correct way to structure this. Another way would be to have like nested if-elses, but this way, each of these clauses is independent from the others, and then I can keep them flat at the expense of having to do these tests. A few of these tests are repeated. Okay. So yeah. Let's do some waves. Hey, Primogen, who's gone, but he'll be back. And then there's A squared. Okay. So yeah, to explain a little bit what some of these words mean, I have this as state and subroutines. So state we're going to have to store all of these things somehow with the NPC's component data. So one is the aggro list, which other entities he wants to seek and destroy. Pursuing is a flag, basically saying whether or not we're actually, in addition to this, I need a path, right? Path. List of positions to step on when towards a goal. So this is going to be a list. This is going to be a flag saying whether or not we actually are pursuing. Actually, I could combine these, right? We could say if the path is empty, we're not pursuing. If the path is not empty, we're pursuing. So let's make this a sub-bullet. Say empty list means pursuing, following. Yeah, there we go. So then traveling is another flag because we need to know if we're pursuing a path, are we pursuing an enemy or are we just pursuing a series of checkpoints? So if traveling is true, then we're going from one place to another with checkpoints. So this would actually be a list, wouldn't it? Yeah, this should be a list too. Checkpoints. A list of goals to pursue to go from one place to another. So then that means that empty list means not traveling. Or let's say non-empty list means traveling. We should include this list of goal. Well, I can make this another bullet. Paths are calculated between checkpoints. There we go. So then guiding, I think, is still a Boolean flag. So if we have checkpoints, then guiding means that we're not just moving by ourselves, we're moving with someone else. Actually, this would be a target. Or no, client. Either player, other NPC, etc. Actually, I'm going to strike the word either. Waiting for them if they move away. Yeah, so what if I just turn this to client? Other entity, the NPC is, with whom the NPC is traveling. Waiting for them if they move away. So then this would be if not 0. Or not 0 means guiding. Just to give definitions for these terms. Okay, and then wait time is a timer, basically a time that we use down here in the script, that if it runs out, then we need to stop guiding and pursue home. So that means that we have to have a home, which is the position that the NPC returns to if they abort from guiding someone. Another way I could do this is I could have an abort script. Maybe that's what I need. Actually, I'm going to do it that way. I'm going to remove this concept of home. I'm going to say run abort script. And then this will be abort script. What to do if NPC gives up waiting for client while guiding. There we go. I missed a whole bunch of chat. Look at that pretty diamond on A squared. Oh yeah, the VIP diamond, yeah. Hey there, Resubaka. You guys are having a lot of fun making me a mouse, aren't you? Or is it rat? Does RA stand for rat? And hey there, Red Rampage Crumpet. Finding out AI state machines? Yeah, so I'm abandoning the existing scripts which drive these NPCs, and I'm going to rewrite them from scratch because right now they're a horrible mess. And I wanted to learn from those mistakes. I want to make the overall script pretty linear, flat. So these are like a priority order of behaviors. So lowest priority is wander around, highest priority is attacking, and these other ones are ranked and set up such that the NPCs will do everything from pursuing enemies to returning to base and guiding their fellows or along a path, all those things. And I'm hoping this doesn't get too complex. Otherwise, I'll have to rethink this. I think we're good so far, though. And I'm already kind of doing this in the scripts right now. It's just not structured as well, as linearly, right? There's a bunch of repetition, there are loops, other problems. So a lot of the state is also the same. I think the only thing I'm really changing is adding this concept of moving the anchor. Right now, the anchor is the character's home position, and that's a problem if the character is guiding someone else and they go pretty far away from home. They were triggering their tether script, the tether actions, which was, I didn't want it to do that. So moving the anchor while traveling will allow a character to go pretty far from base and still go off on side diversions to attack enemies, but they'll always like continue traveling, and only when we want them to will we reset the anchor back to their home, and then they'll go back home. All right, so I don't know if I really needed this, but some of the words I was using down here sort of represent subroutines. So wander is very clearly we're going to pick a random direction and try to move. So that one's cut and dry. I think I'll just, yeah, that'll be pretty easy. Pursue is to find a path and follow the path to a target. So the target could be another character. It could be just a spot in the world, that kind of thing. And attack is pretty straightforward. It's swing your weapon and see if you can do damage. So I don't think I'm missing any subroutines, am I? Because everything here is broken up between... Actually, there's wait. Let's add wait. Wait would be do nothing, pass. There we go. So all of these are either terminators or just or they're just subroutines that need a little bit more description, like pursue. What does pursue mean? Excited to see what I come up with? I hope so. I might need your guys' help too. So I want to make sure, did I define all my terms? Wander, pursue, attack, wait. Do I use any other words here? There's maybe drop and pull aggro. Yeah, let's define what those mean. Drop aggro. Remove entity from aggro list, and then pull aggro. Add entity to aggro list. What else did I maybe not describe here? There's min tether range. Oh yeah, min and max tether range. So tether ranges. Pair of costs. Somewhat like similar to distance. Describing like how far, I don't need to hit return there, how far away from the current, I didn't describe anchor either, from the current, how far away from the anchor the NPC can go before, actually let's just say pair of costs, max. How far away from the anchor the NPC can go before pursuing the anchor. Min. How close to the anchor the NPC will go before canceling anchor pursuit. Okay, so I say so too much, don't I? I need anchor. Anchor. I define aggro list. So this is the list of the NPC, list of enemies the NPC would dearly like to destroy. All right. Self-explanatory, right? Anchor is, it's like a central position governing how far the NPC can currently wander or pursue targets. Actually, let's not use the word pursue because we can pursue the anchor. How far the NPC can be central position governing how far the NPC can go before they return. Let's say how far they can go. So similar to how a real anchor prevents a ship from floating away, right? So if the anchor is loose, the ship can kind of float around a circular area, but if it gets too far, the anchor kind of pulls it back. It's kind of the same thing. Only I wanted the concept of two different ranges, so it's not an abrupt, like you cross a line and you have to just move back one spot. It's like, well, we let it go out to the max, but if they go out to the max, then you yank them back to the min. Well, but we need a distance from what? We need a reference point. So, let's say a central position reference point. Oh, you know, it doesn't define how far, does it? That is the tether ranges. So anchor is just a central position from which the tether ranges are computed. There we go. Helping to govern. Not how far, but where. This makes it overly confusing. Let's just end that. Central position reference point from which the tether ranges are computed. Tether ranges are a pair of costs. How far away from the anchor the NPC can go. Yeah, so that I think these two together work. So let me move that up here. Yeah. So I'm explaining this both for myself and for you, because this is sort of my design document, today's plan. So from this is going to govern how I design the use cases, what constitutes passing and failing, and then how it kind of governs how I'm going to structure and write the code. Also, like what variables I'm going to have and what they mean. All right. Did I miss anything else? There's attack range. I don't have that. Should I add that to the NPC directly, or should I add that to their weapon? I actually don't even have the concept of a weapon. I should add that, right? So, I think right now, weapons, just to keep it simple, I'll have the attack range be 1. So I probably won't even specify it, but it should be forward compatible. So I should have it work with ranged weapons later, right? So let me put this in here. Weapon defines attack parameters. So attack range. How far away the NPC can strike its enemies. And then there is the hit roll parameters. So like it's like classic. I was doing classic D&D rules. So number of dice, which dice, and what bonus to add. And then damage roll parameters. Same thing. So Dungeons and Dragons has you roll two different rolls. So one is when you swing your weapon, there are you roll a certain kind of dice and a certain number of them. So like it might be 2d8 would be you take 2 8-sided dice and you toss them, and then whatever numbers you add up the what you roll, and you add them up, and you add an additional fixed number, which is an attack bonus. So that's if something has a bonus to hit, like more often will hit, then you add a higher number. If there's a penalty, like maybe the character is blinded or confused, then you'd subtract a number instead of adding, or you'd add a negative number. And if you get over a certain threshold, which you usually compute based off of your target, then you hit, otherwise you miss. And like a natural, like if it's an 8-sided die and you rolled a natural 8, the highest number you can get, that's called a critical hit. You usually always hit. If you hit, then you go on to doing the same kind of rolling, but for damage. So if it's like a small weapon like a dagger, it's maybe you only roll 1 4-sided die. So you do 1, 2, 3, or 4 hit points of damage, and then possibly add something to the damage if maybe you have a certain kind of weapon or a certain bonus against certain kinds of enemies, that kind of thing. So we'll need all these parameters to be rolled up into the weapon, I think. Actually, I might move some things like the bonus to some bonuses might be not just the weapon but the character itself. Yeah, so usually it's a 20-sided die. I think that's what I have now. I roll a 20-sided die, which is just computing a random number from 1 to 20. Okay, so that's what so attack range is defined. We're going to define that in the weapon for now. And then attack is implied by doing what I described, the procedure. The subroutine attack, I don't need to write this out, right? It implies using the weapon to do the roll for hit, roll for damage, that kind of thing. Pursuing anchor, stop pursuing anchor. So stop pursuing would be to take the path and clear it out, right? I'm going to make subroutines for all these things. So start pursue and stop pursuing. Clear out the pursuit path. Yeah, some of the attack stats live in the character, some of them live in the weapon. Yeah, maybe I should build that in right now, right? You know, I can modify that later. It really is just modifying only the attack subroutine, right? So I don't need to get everything right now. At least I want to divide things up so that each subroutine is responsible for one and only one aspect of this thing, and that there's not any copying or redundancy between the subroutines. Same thing with the scripts. Like, I don't want any redundancy here. I'm a little bit concerned that I have redundancy in the conditionals, but that's the cost of trying to keep it flat. Excuse me. Okay, am I missing anything else? Max tether range, not pursuing, enemy with an aggro. Oh, I don't have an aggro range. So yeah, let's add that aggro range. How far away an enemy can be. Actually, let me think about the best way to describe this. How close an enemy needs to be in order to draw the attention of the NPC. Pull aggro. So that's described here as what pull aggro. Add enemy to aggro list, right? Aggro list is a list of enemies NPC would dearly like to destroy. I don't think I need to elaborate on that. Okay, what else? Client is out of range, so I don't have a definition of what out of range means, do I? So let's add this here. Client range. How far away the client can be without causing the NPC to wait. There we go. And I have a abort script in there, right? Yeah, I have a abort script and completion script. Okay. And I'm going to keep these as just simple strings. So we'll have to have a string that has a name which matches what's in this string. And it'll be given standard arguments like just the entity ID of the NPC is probably enough. Wait, reset wait timer. Set anchor to next step, take next step, pursue next check. I have checkpoints, right? Yeah, checkpoints. All right. Completion script. Okay, so I think this is good enough. I can begin. Time to begin. So I think what I want to do is first construct the subroutines. And then while I'm constructing the subroutines, I'll undoubtedly be adding state to an NPC. And then in the end, I'll be building up use cases that that test these scripts. Actually, I can do that right now. I can figure out the use cases, right? No, let's do some coding. So current task is coding basic NPC subroutines. Attack, move. It's attack, move, wait, etc. Right? Okay, so these are all going to be in Lua. So I'm going to be running my Moon Unit program, which lets me test Lua stuff within the framework of VS Code's Test Explorer. They look like Google tests to this thing. So, for example, here's the old attack script, right? Leverages this Moon Unit program to register something as a test, and it lets the framework know where that test is and lets me like run or even debug it. I have to set up the debugger to be Moon Unit, and there's not much point in debugging Lua because Lua is really hard to debug anyway, because we're debugging the interpreter and not debugging Lua itself. So probably not going to hit debug, but show log and run will be very useful. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is remove all the old stuff. I have to be careful because some of these scripts are not NPC scripts, they are player scripts. I think attack is a player script right now. I think combat is also. Lots of console debugging. Yeah. These unit tests are a lot of the unit tests, a lot of stuff we do with unit tests is console debugging. It's doing assertions and expectations, and if they're not right, it prints something. And the debugger becomes the secondary step. If you can't get what you need to fix your test or your code just from the expectations and assertions being wrong, then yeah, you go to the next step, which is to run the debugger. And I hope I don't need to do that because it's really, really hard right now for me to debug Lua. I don't have a nice Lua debugger. Combat test. This is just player stuff, right? Yeah, so that's not the NPC. Is it all NPC underscore? Oh, it is. Okay, except for this stuff, drop aggro. Maybe I can keep these elementary subroutines as is, drop aggro. This is probably okay for now, right? Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Alt F4 stream. Hello to you as well. Mr. Muffles, you beat the raid notification. Alt F4, how was your stream today? You came in just as I'm about to start decimating, literally decimating my NPC scripts. Decimate means to reduce to 1/10. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing right now. I have a whole bunch of scripts for my game that deal with moving around NPCs, and I'm about to destroy them all to start over because right now they're basically designed really poorly. Yeah, you did time it really, really nicely, Mr. Muffles. Super confused why the raid didn't work like it normally does. It had a bit more to raid with. Interesting. So Twitch messed up. Regardless, thank you for the raid. So undoubtedly, there are people in the raid, maybe just a few, maybe a lot, that don't know who I am. So I have a few links to share. So there's a video there. It's about 2 minutes long, describes what my stream is about. Here's a link to my game. You can log in and try it right now. It is under development. It's a new game engine that I'm writing from scratch, so there's not a lot of test content. The engine's not complete. It's complete enough for me right now to put focus back into the game's NPC scripting. So this is a test area right here. We have 2 kinds of NPCs, and right now I have them segregated, but I could, just for demonstration purposes, open this up and let George out. How do I get him to recalculate his wander area, though? Let me think about this. I think if I drag him out, hold on, let me figure this out. If I drag him away, that'll force him to recalculate his stuff, right? Maybe out to here. Come on, George, move. I'm hoping he'll recalculate his there he goes. So it recalculated. So if I move him up to here, I wonder why there's such a lag right now. Is it waiting for him to actually move before it does it? His wander script should be reset too. No, that's the problem. His wander script's not reset. I know a way to do it. I had built into that a way to reset it, didn't I? NPC wander. Oh, that wasn't... shoot, where was it? I can search for wander area. That's what I can do. In the Lua. Search is slow right now because I haven't searched yet today. Okay, there it is. Right here. There we go. We want to call that. So, Lua, call that, please. There. All right, so now that his stuff has been recalculated, I can demonstrate what he's going to do. So, actually, he's helping me in doing it himself. So, there are some scripts in place where George, who is a friendly NPC, if he gets too close to these enemies, he will go and pursue them to the death. So that's why I've arranged this little area here, so that if I place him there, he's forced to go around, so it goes to the right first and then up, rather than just blindly trying to go line of sight distance. That he does a little bit of pathfinding, which I have in the debugger here under pursuit path. So right there, see how he's now pursuing this guy? So he shifts around, it's going to recalculate the path until he gets there. He's got a limit to how far he'll pursue, though. If he gets to around here, he gives up and goes back. And you see how he doesn't go all the way back? He goes back until he's close enough to the his home position that I marked here, and then he stops pursuing. You built out the channel points multi-rewards into Quirk today. Nice. Cool. All right. Gonna decimate the enemy, the NPC stuff. So a lot of these scripts, they barely function, and so I'm gonna be redoing them today. So the first, let's see, look at the list. I want to make these subroutines basically from scratch. Actually, I'm even gonna drop the aggro stuff, right? Let's just, because this stuff is probably not clean anyway. I do want to learn from this lesson that rather than actually doing that, it should put together a list of what we're going to do and then do only one change. How did I do that? Was that under NPC Wander? No. Tether? Where was it? Path? At some point we changed a delta. Maybe it was here. Oh, thank you for that follow. Yeah, it was this thing, NPC delta. Right, so rather than forming a feedback message to the game to change something immediately, we would build together this table, and then it was an accumulation of changes that the NPC is going to do, and then just do it once, right? And that was probably up here somewhere. Yeah, right here. If we have something, then do it. Actually, what's this? Oh, this is a trick in Lua. If you do next on a table or a list, and it's empty, it always returns nil. So this basically says if it's not empty. If it's not empty, then there's something in it, then call this function. This modify component delta function goes to this game entity, this component of that game entity, and it applies this difference. So rather than doing it for every single variable that we're changing, we're accumulating it all into a table called NPC delta and then just sending it once. So the way I've architected the game, the scripts can't modify the entity component system data immediately. They have to request it to be modified because, as Alt-F stream and Black Glasses knows, that I'm running Raft, and so we can't just change the state of the server in place because there are actually 3 copies of my server. And we need to replicate the changes first to all the followers in the cluster before we can actually make the change. So then this modify doesn't actually do the modification. it forms a request to have it done, and it's right here. It's called a game feedback, and the type is ECS, and this is basically a request to do something. The request is please modify the component with this type for this entity and apply this difference. So that gets encoded as a log entry in Raft, which is replicated throughout the cluster, and then once it's committed to the cluster, then all of the servers simultaneously, pretty much, will apply this command, basically going into the entity component system, finding this entity, going to this component of that entity, and then apply, changing whatever this delta describes to change, add, remove, or change. So a better name actually would be request ECS change, but I'm going to keep it the way it is. I have a cough, which might limit how long I can stream today. Cough drops are helping me keep going, but if you see me muting my mic and coughing, that's why. I'm still recovering from a cold. You haven't finished your Raft stuff, but you think you know what's going on? That's good. It's complicated. It's hard to get right. So no, yeah, don't be discouraged if it doesn't work right away. If it takes you a while to get right. Okay, am I just blowing away these scripts and starting over then? So then that would mean dropping the code first and then dropping the tests until everything passes. So I think I'm just going to get rid of all of these scripts here. I hate to do it, but let's do it. Move to recycle bin. They're gone. All right. All the scripts have been deleted. Next. Delete the tests, right? So all the NPC tests. Move to recycle bin. And then this aggro stuff should have gone with it. So pull aggro, drop aggro, gone. It keeps bouncing me back up. I hate that. Pull aggro, drop aggro, gone. Okay, anything else that's NPC related? Don't think so. Yep. Deleting code always scares you. Yeah, well, I have to remind myself, it's in Git. I can get it back. All right. Coding the basic subroutines, how they work. So subroutines are wander. Let's do that one. That's easy. Let's just get oriented here. So scripts, let's make a new script called wander. NPC wander. Test Lua. And then I'm just stealing from here. This is sort of boilerplate stuff, right? Package path, we're going to require wander, or NPC wander. And this will be, why did I use this prefix for things? Where was I going with that? Oh, that's because I might be mixing this with other projects. I don't think I need ECS, actually. Maybe I should just drop that. So let's do that as a search replace thing. Not whole word, though. We'll replace it with just that. And then do it. It is done. Okay, so this is NPC wander. All right. And then make sure that this actually still runs. Oh. It needs to refresh because I changed all the names. Yeah, it needed to reload. There's actually a problem running it. Let's see what the problem is. Unable to load wander. Okay, there's also missing a parentheses, apparently. Oh, because there's no end. Missing wander, though, right? That's probably going to be the other thing. Yeah, couldn't require wander, so I need to actually make that file. Right here somewhere. So new file NPC wander. Okay, now what do I want to put in that? Just the function? Well, we don't actually need anything there at all. Reload that guy. The reason why this shows up twice is because I actually have two copies of Moon Unit. One, the debug build, and the other one, the release build. Okay, so we're starting with the only scripts that exist right now are the non-NPC ones, and then this is the single NPC one. You mean in the test list before I did it? It was stale, I think, because it's not. Those other ones aren't there anymore. This is the one. This is the new one that I'm working on, right? Yeah, I think what was showing up here was before the refresh. Yeah, there's a bit of caching that it does. Okay, so what are we going to require for wander? That it tries to move in certain directions, right? Oh, you know what? That means I should probably have a subroutine called move. Attempt to move the NPC from its current position to a new position. So let's either mock or reuse move. If I reuse move, that means I want to test move first. I can't decide. But what's wander basically? Let's list the use cases for wander. Should I have it one test chest solved use cases, or should I break this up? This is, oh, I should have different use cases, right? So, yeah, I don't need to repeat this then. So one use case would be, let's actually put comments before the test and describe what the test does first. So wander, this one would be, try to move if wander. Actually, that's another state variable I didn't think of. There's a wander cooldown. Just add it to the top. Wander cooldown. Actually, I need two cooldowns. Time when NPC can next wander. And then there's the action cooldown. Time when NPC can next move or attack. Double cooldown? Yeah, because let's say the NPC can move once per second, but we don't want the NPC to be like always, when they're wandering, always moving every second. We want them to kind of move and then ponder their existence for maybe 3 or 4 seconds and then move. So this wander cooldown would be longer. But let's say while they're cooling down from wandering, you walk up to them. They shouldn't stand there like pondering the life and universe and everything. When you're standing right next to them, they should look down at you, say, "Ooh, food," and then attack you. So I'm thinking of scenarios where actions are cooled down, but wander hasn't yet. So the NPC is ready to strike at you if you get too close, but he's not going to wander again for some time. So that's why I have the two cooldowns. So try to move if wander is cooled down. Which means I'll have to have another one for when it's not. Do not try to move if wander is not yet cooled down. And then the trying to move, is that all I really need? Probably within this we want to test to make sure that the movements are somewhat random, that they're not always in one direction or another. I guess we could just loop for like a certain number of times and make sure that the only positions it tries to move are up, down, left, and right. Dev null doesn't exist in Windows? I thought it did. It's like greater than null, right? It's just named differently. Can't you do like you can do directory, right? Can I do directory to null? That doesn't actually make a file called null. Yeah, if you redirect to NUL, it goes to dev null. It's just named differently. You're making a mud too, Danik? Only knew of Written Realms stream. Oh, well, thank you for the follow and hello. For a long time, I didn't know to call it a mud. I was calling it just an MMORPG that's inspired by Ultima. But then one of my viewers said, you know, you're pretty much making a mud. Oh, did I not see Rally Monkey coming in? Where is... Oh, hello. Just a quick check-in. Been busy. Yeah, I know. Rally Monkey been very busy. Rally Monkey just had another kid born. So congratulations again, Rally Monkey. Oh, did I say hi to you? Oh, it's because the screen moved. Yeah. Actually, I don't know why I waved to you. Toulouse, you just deserve extra waves. Yeah, so for a long time I described the game as a MMORPG. It probably still says that in the new video. And here's the link to that again if you want to see it. And here's the link to the game. But yeah, the mud genre fits a lot better. So that was a mud dungeon Wikipedia link. So I use this to describe what I'm doing because it pretty much fits, right? It's multiplayer, it's real time, it's a virtual world, it's mostly text-based, hack and slash, player versus player, interactive fiction, online chat. So my game has all of these things in it. So I'm like, you know, let's use that to describe the genre of the game rather than MMORPG. Yeah. So just let you know, Danik, this is a custom engine, so the engine is still under development, so I don't have any content yet. So all you'll see in the production server right now is just a small little test zone where you can do a few things, but not much else. So you can talk to the NPCs that you might find. You can attack the enemies, and like there's only like 3 inventory slots, and the only items that you can get in the game are there's one NPC who'll give you a sword if you ask him the right thing, and you can sometimes get gold that drops off of the monsters. That's pretty much what I have so far. Nice, cool. Do you have a link to your game? I'd like to check it out if you have it. Let's see. I'm going to give these names, right? Yeah, cool. Extra points if you're also streaming on Twitch as you're developing. I'll follow you and watch your stream too. We can trade notes and all that stuff. Let's see. Wander. Yeah, cooled down. Not cooled down. So I think that pretty much divides the 2 use cases, right? If you try to wander and you're not cooled down, nothing should happen. So I suppose I will mock the move. So this means I need to presume what move is. And so I'm going to want to mock this. Am I doing this right? I don't remember. Do I have mocks before? I don't have mocks before the test, but why couldn't I, right? I'm going to put the mocks up here. So local move equals function that takes the NPC let's take I'm going to use this approach where there are multiple variables that the script is tracking for an NPC in something called a context. And move would be that we attempt to actually that means I need to know a direction. Actually, I guess I can encode it as destination. Sure. Destination. And what? It would have X and Y coordinates in it. So let's just record what it was asked to do, moves, as an empty table. We'll just add to that moves, length of moves plus 1 equals destination. Just to make sure we get a copy of it, let's make a new table. X is destination X. This cold is still kicking my butt. All right. Okay, the not cooled down would be, whoa. That was a long one. Let's see if I can read it. Sorry, it scrolled off the top. Let me read it. You don't have anything online. It's purely a MUD using a C server and custom client that connected to a telnet socket. You want to make a modern day MUD? Your client was written to be a small OpenGL game engine. Oh, that's cool. Starting over because you really want to make this more modern and just work straight from the web. Okay. So you probably already know it, but the equivalent of a telnet socket on the web is a web socket, and that's what my game is using. So I'll show you what that looks like. So my server is either running in Amazon Cloud or on my local computer. So the test environment is just localhost, but these connections between the web browser and the game are just WebSockets, and WebSockets are really cool because they act like telnet sockets in that you can send or receive anything, and if you choose to send and receive JSON text messages, it has this unique advantage in Chrome where Chrome will parse it for you, and you can see structures really easily. So that's what I chose to do. JSON messages over WebSockets. So it's kind of like a telnet socket, but it works with a web browser. And Primogen is using WebSockets too. Yeah, they're not bad they're actually really low overhead. I like their design quite a bit. So I didn't need to do much for JavaScript for the web browser. I just needed to implement WebSocket server on in C++ because I chose to run my engine, the game server in C++. But whatever language you pick, as long as you have WebSocket server as a library or you can code it yourself, like I did and like what Primogen is doing, then it's not that bad. And it's really, really versatile, I think. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? Oh, we have all my friends are in here today. How are you? Large client payload? Yeah, I try to keep the payload small. And so far so good. If they get a little bit bigger, I'll have to switch to binary probably to crunch it down, but haven't really had that as a problem yet. Not cooled down. So, property of not being cooled down is that we have a time. Actually, that means let's just put everything into the context. So context we'll have to define as it has a time, which it doesn't matter what it is. Let's say it's 12, and then we'll have to have a I think the way I want to do this is I want the NPC's state itself to be in the context NPC as a subtable. And so here we'll put in the one. Let me pull it directly from the game so I don't redefine these constants. So these already have these constants in them. NWT, next wander time, that's what it is. NWT. So if it's not cooled down yet, then this is in the future. NWT is next wander time. So I think that's all we need in the context, right? So we do a wander, and we would expect to have an argument context. And then, so this is this, if I do the classic arrange, act, assert model, this is the arrangement of the test, that's the act, and the assertion is moon unit expect equals 0 for the length of moves. Because moves is the what the mock of move is collecting. So mock the actual move function, just record the moves requested. Next wander time, I'm trying to keep it small. It is sometimes sent over the wire, but right now it takes up storage in my game snapshot. I'm trying to keep that small. So in C++, I would end up making constants anyway. So key names is what I have it in. So they have larger, more descriptive names in the code. It's only in the data structure itself, so I abstracted away in C++ that way. I haven't bothered to do it in the Lua at all, though. I guess I could do that in Lua. Have like a key names.lua and just a repeat of this. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Didn't know Chrome did that? Yeah. F12, man. And the only downside to this is that if you don't have it open and you open it, it doesn't show you pre-existing network connections. So if I forget to open F12 before I start my game, I always have to reload it. And then every new connection comes up here. So normally when you're on this network tab, you have it do all. And so you see a whole bunch of stuff. I usually just care about the WebSocket stuff. You see click here. And I think Firefox has this too, but it's a little bit different. Normally, when you click on a connection, you get this classical, like, what was the HTTP request and response? And it's kind of interesting to see how WebSocket differs. It's 101 because we're upgrading the protocol from HTTP to the WebSocket protocol. And there's some handshaking stuff here, like the accept code, and then there's a key. And there's nothing private or secret about it. It's just a handshake to make sure that both sides understand the protocol, the versions, numbers even included in that, and then if you like the client supports certain extensions, it advertises that classical handshake thing, right? But yeah, what differs from normal HTTP stuff is both Chrome and Firefox will have this messages, and timing isn't useful as much. Yeah, messages is the most useful. I really like the color coding, the fact that like the green ones are going to the server, and the black ones are coming from. Again, no secrets here. This is all localhost test keys, so I'm not leaking any information. I never ever want to do this while looking at the production server, because then you guys could hijack the game. That would be bad. So yeah, it's really convenient to see this. These are all my test golem commands. Anyway, I like talking about that stuff. HTTP 2 does the same thing. I need to learn HTTP 2. It's on my list of things to learn. I was already learning a little bit while watching Primogen's stream. Did you know Primogen is like one of the premier Twitch streamers in the category of science and technology? If you haven't checked out his stream, you should, because he is very entertaining and very knowledgeable, and he's got a great community too. Also, you guys should check out Tim's channel as well. In addition to also being a C++ dev streamer, Tim is also making his own game with his own game engine, and it's racing themed. So check his stream out too. Hashtag fake news. You did a massive leak and attempt to move a window. I did a semi-leak today. I leaked an expired OAuth token. It's expired, so it doesn't matter. Normally, when you leak an OAuth token, you need to immediately revoke it. And I'm like, well, it's expired. That's why I'm getting a token this morning in the first place, because it was expired. I hate it when I run Notepad, and I forget that Notepad, the last time I used it, was on my main monitor, and it just pops up on stream. I'm like, crap. So I need to get into the habit of running Notepad without any arguments, seeing what monitor it pops up on, and then like, okay, make it default on the off-stream monitor first. Then in case I'm opening something that has a secret in it, it doesn't just pop up for everyone to see it. Considered using a note in LastPass to store that stuff. OAuth tokens aren't really that bad if you can just immediately revoke them and get a new one. If it was a real password, yeah, I would be a lot more careful. You had to revoke and change 6 passwords? Oh no. Oh, your passwords flew up all over the screen. Oh no. I'm sorry, Tim. That's bad. I thought maybe you were just saying it was OAuth tokens. Real passwords are a pain, aren't they? Hopefully you didn't reuse them on a lot of websites. Let me think. I'm going to get reoriented here. I think this test case is complete. So what I want to do for cool down, I want to test a couple different things. That it actually does do a move, and that the movement is somewhat random, and that all 4 potential positions are tested. So the arrangement here will be, we're not cooled down, so let's move that to 16, and then I kind of want to do this in a loop. So let me try to remember how to do a loop in Lua. I think it's for like I equals like 1 to 100 or something. Is that right? I think that's right. And then we would expect that we get one. Let's. The arrange would have to clear the moves out, though. Reset previous moves, and we would expect that actually it moved. And I think what I want to do is two things: check to make sure that the movement is legal, and then count the number of times we moved in the legal directions. So that means I want to kind of have a table, right? So I forget, do I need to say local I there? I can't remember. Let me try that. Oops. Did I forget to unmute after I coughed? Thank you. Let me give you some points. Thank you for alerting me. I didn't hit something. I just muted because I coughed. No, don't tell me that. I haven't been... Well, I guess I have been streaming that long. I don't know. How long was I muted for? That makes me feel bad. Hello, Mr. Balrog. And I forgot to say hi to C17 Art. No, your battery didn't die. It was just me being a doofus. Hopefully I wasn't muted for too long. Yeah, I have a cold today. I keep muting because to cough, and then that time I forgot to unmute. Okay, so in addition to these counts, I guess we'll just encode the actual coordinates that they match. So I'll be putting a number there shortly, but not quite yet. I need to define like what is the NPC's position. Actually, the NPC's position is a different component. Let's encode that as a different component. Position. X equals, it doesn't really matter what numbers I put here, just they can be arbitrary. NPC's position. Numbers are arbitrary. So, I don't know, -4. So, if it's 5 -4, then to the left would be 4 -4, to the right would be 6 -4, and then up would be 5 -5, and down would be 5 -3, right? Ah, man, I hate this cough. All right. So after we do that, I'm going to have it look through the counts. Actually, let's call this positions or valid destinations. And we're going to expect wander. We're going to expect a side effect that the move it's asking it to move to one of those positions, right? So local move equals moves 1. Actually, I shouldn't do that. Let's go do destination. All right, so for it's key, comma, value. I'm gonna call this actually destination. That's destination. They don't know a command to call Microsoft Visual Studio Compiler to compile C++ program on the command line. It's CL. CL. But I have to be in an environment where I can call it. So usually what I do is when you install Visual Studio, there will be a start menu for that. I don't usually do this manually, so I don't have a shortcut for it. You go into the Visual Studio menu and you do like, I don't know, developer command prompt, and you get one of these, and then you can just do CL. So this developer command prompt like sets up the path so that CL is in the path. So yeah, for me it's C program files x86 Microsoft Visual Studio 2017. It's a long tortured path, right? But in the end it's CL, and then the linker is just link, I think. Link is very noisy. I would just, is there just a way to do link version or something? Yeah, there we go. I didn't like that, but yeah. Microsoft's linker, right? CL version. Is it just CLV? CL, or just CL by itself tells me the version number. I guess I don't need to say anything. Not always in the system file path. No, because they've designed recent versions of Visual Studio to install side by side with each other. And so they don't, the installers no longer step on your global path. They just set up batch files, which set up the environment variables when you open the shell. So, and then tools like CMake will locate where these are, somewhat automatically because they're programmed to scan normal installation directories and registry keys and such. So stuff like CMake will find where the tools are without, so either use a batch file to set up your path or use a tool that knows where to search, because the commands are not in the path by default. You could add it to the path yourself. There's nothing to stop you from doing that, but then you'll have problems later if you install like 2017 and 2015, for example, side by side. You can also just type the developer command in the search bar to get the new dev console. Really? Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Do people recommend Clang on Windows and I mean, some people, it's just, I had it there to experiment. It's a Cygwin build of Clang. I think it's a personal preference. Some people really like using Clang or GCC and not Microsoft stuff, I guess. Okay, what to name this thing? Actual move? Yeah. Is it in? This is where I'm not quite sure if I got the syntax right. If actual move dot x equals destination dot x. Actually, it's a couple of these, and same thing for y, right? Then, and let's say if we get down to here, that it's a failure because it's out of range. So this would be actually, let me. I actually would prefer to just have this be destination index. Can I do it this way? Let's have local actual move index. If actual move index, if not actual move index, then actually no, what am I doing? This should just be an expectation. Expect not equal to 0. 0 actual move index. So we can do a break, right? But before we do that, we want to set that to destination index. All right. And then when we, in addition to that, I'm going to increment it. So can I do it in here? Yeah. destination.count equals itself plus 1. All right, and then after we loop a bunch of times, I want to expect that, I don't know, that none of them are 0. Probably is good enough, right? If I was really pedantic, I would look to make sure that it's a truly random, pseudo-random distribution, but I think I'm not going to really care this time. I'm just going to check that none of them are 0. So moon unit x. I mean, it's possible that the test could fail sometimes, right? How would I remove the randomness from the testing? By mocking something else, probably. So maybe I could have wander actually use a function to compute a random direction, and then we could mock that. But for now, let me just do it the poor man's way. So expect not equal to 0. Destination.count. Let me make sure this at least works. So minimum, I need that to be a function, right? Function or function wander, NPC wander. This should be NPC wander, shouldn't it? Function NPC wander context. I can't type end. All right, so reload. Mocking other people is kind of rude. Just saying, well, it's a good thing it's not another person. Good thing it's just a function. Functions don't mind being mocked. What's the error here? Oh, it doesn't like. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. It doesn't like the word local in a for loop like that. Yeah, it's probably the only thing, right? Yep. Okay. So not cooldown passes because we really just didn't expect any moves. Cooldown fails correctly, right? What line is that on? 56. Right, so it didn't move. So we expected to move, it didn't move. All right, so let's implement it this way. If context.time is less than context.npc.nextWanderTime, then return. And we'll say, don't move if wander hasn't yet cooled down. All right, next we're going to wander. So we're going to pick a random direction to wander, and that would be, oh, that's how I'm going to mock it. I'll mock the random function. Let me just look how did that random function work? Math random, there we go. Local direction index is math random 1 to 4. And then, yeah, let's have a local up here, local directions. So just a sequence of tables. So in these tables, we will have an x equals, or dx, I prefer to do delta, is something, and then a delta y. So one will be that direction, another one that direction, and then 0, -1, 0, 1. And it'll say, these are the different directions an NPC can wander. All right. So, we're just going to call move then. Oh, I forgot one thing. When we wander, it's supposed to update, it's supposed to try to update the next wander time. So, we should expect that right down here. So, moon unit expect equal, or expect greater than. Do I have expect greater than? I guess I could just say true. That context dot. Actually, the way this will work is I'm going to have an NPC deltas list in there. Or am I? let's structure it this way. Deltas will be a table, and in that table we will have actually, I don't even need to define it, do I? I can just expect that something is in there. So expect equal 1 delta, right? For the count of context dot delta dot NPC, and then moon unit expect true. 9 months? Baby rage. What we name this sub baby? I don't know. I'm bad with names, Mr. Sir. Thank you for the subscription. 9 months? That's a long time. Wow. And recursive chat, how are you doing? Forgot to wave to you. Yeah, I'm toxic to my code to lose, that's right. Rummy Jr., okay. By the way, did you guys know that this chat overlay above my current task is written by CM Griffing? You should check out his channel to see how he does it. It's pretty cool. He's like one of the best web devs I know. You have a custom game engine, how do you handle the graphics on the web page? People have been asking me to dabble in WebGL, but instead I'm using phaser.io. So phaser.io is a popular library for making games in the browser. It can operate on top of WebGL or Canvas, and each of these tiles is basically a sprite. And these rotating squares are special sprites that I'm adjusting the rotation parameter on. The rest of them are just squares that we're drawing with timers to do the animation. So really, really easy stuff. And the other library to look into is pixie.js. Is an alternative library. I picked Phaser over Pixie because Phaser does the same stuff that Pixie does now. For me, like it doesn't have any missing features. But what it does have that Pixie didn't is it also handles audio. So I can do some of my sound effects directly in Phaser and not have to get another library for it. All right, so I'm going to expect that context.delta.npc.next wander time is greater than context.time. Do I want to, like, make sure it's a certain amount greater? Or should I have this be a separate test? Is this testing too many things? I think it's testing too many things. Let me break this up. Let me take this test and split it up. Because I get into this, fall into this trap of making tests that are too large. So first let's just test to make sure. Make sure a test wander should cause a move if it's cooled down. There we go. Move if cooled down. Hey there, Mamba. Thick. Yeah, we don't like thick tests. They're hard to read. So if we just care that they moved, we're not going to look at the destinations. We're not going to loop. We're going to have a simpler version of this, right? So this, I don't need any of this. That's the only thing I care about, right? Just that a move happened. So wander, expect that there's one move. Okay, that's one test. That means the next part doesn't need to check that there's a move. It can check other things. So what's another aspect I'm checking here? That when we move, it's always in one of the 4 destinations, and we can manipulate the random number too, right? So let me do that. Let's mock math random when we do this test. Yeah. maybe we can have these build off of each other. So first we tested to make sure. Actually, the way I'm doing this, I should probably do this test first. The first test should be what happens if it's not yet cooled down. Not yet cooled down, we shouldn't move, right? If we are cooled down, we should move. And then, so movement destination should be an adjacent position. Yeah, and I'm going to, I don't know if it's sort of white box testing is sort of what you call it, where you sort of know what the thing you're testing, how it should behave. I'm going to have it assume that it knows math random is going to be called, and then the number is a destination number. But I don't necessarily need to know the order, so we can just do 1, 2, 3, 4. So we just do from 1 to 4. We need to have a position because we're going to compare it to these other positions, right? So we would wander and expect we don't need to do this expectation anymore. And technically the arrange act assert doesn't fit here because we're doing a loop, right? So let me just remove those. We wander, and then we end, right? Because I don't need to check anything else. The assert, well, I guess we can call this the arrange, and this is the act. And the assert is we're going to go through and make sure every position was hit once. So, oh, I didn't do this part. This should be inside of the other place. That should go there, right? Actual move. I guess I could do it. I'm kind of divided. Should I? The other test makes sure that there was a move. Do I need to repeat that here? Because we're indexing? I think I should. And I should call it an assert at this point. Assert. But maybe more general. Assert true that the number of moves is greater than or equal to 1. How's life? I have a cold. I'm getting over it. Other than that, there's family drama. A little bit of stress, but not too bad. Ups and downs, just like everybody else, probably. So I couldn't stream yesterday because I was feeling still feeling pretty bad. Feeling better today, but occasionally I'm going to be coughing. Swings and roundabouts, yeah. Glad it's not. If it gets too bad, you'll know because I won't be streaming. Yeah, things get really bad, then I gotta the priorities are family first, right? So you would see me not streaming. So if you see me streaming at all, it's probably because things are going reasonably well. Yeah, so we're going to... Do I even need to do all this stuff? Can't I just store them? No, they might be in a different order, so I do need to store them and count them. It's just the assert will just make sure it's exactly equal to 1. Every position should be hit once. So the way I should do this is I should set up the random to do the correct thing here. I need to mock the random function. So math.random is a function that takes a min and a max. And then we can do an assert here, right? Moon unit, or just an expect that the minimum is 1 and the maximum is 4. And let me do it this way. I don't actually care about the Yeah, actually, I don't even care about these. We're just going to return I. So I don't care if it has a minimum max. We're just going to, if it does the right thing, this is the white box thing. So I should probably say white box testing here. Assume move, or assume wander, picks a direction using math.random, returning a number between 1 and 4 to pick a direction. We already said that. There we go. What's that? Leeches? People still use medical leeches? I didn't know that. Why is printf not printing anything in standard out C++? Did you end it with a new line? If not, then it might be buffered. So there are two things you could do. You could either always put a new line on the end, or you use set buff. I do this a lot. If you do this, set buff standard out to null, then it turns off standard output buffering, and then you can write characters that don't, a string that does not end in a new line, and it'll still show up. Oh, you did? I don't know, try turning off standard output buffering, maybe. Oh, that's right. Depending on the buffering, it might buffer multiple lines. So yeah, definitely try this. Another thing you can do is you can do fflush standard out. After you do printf, do an fflush standard out, and that'll flush buffering. You don't have to do both of them, because if you turn off buffering, then fflush doesn't do anything. Fflush would flush buffering if you had it on. So try that. That might be it. Another possibility is you somehow redirected standard output, or you closed it. If you did an fclose on, I think it's file handle 1, you're closing your standard output, and then printf will not do anything. Wow. I did not know that, A squared. Okay, I think this will do what I want. So then, did I give this thing a name? No, I did not. Not cooldown. Move if cooled down. This should be move in random direction. And then the last thing I cared about is that the cooldown updated after move, on move. Cooldown updated is probably fine. So there I don't care about the destinations at all, so I can delete this. I still need this kind of arrangement, but the only important thing is these two. I'm going to remove that. The act will be to wander. But now we have to be careful. I need to mock the random again. Actually, I can just do the same thing, can't I? Oh, you know what? Actually, I have to be careful here. Let's do it this way. If min is greater than or equal to 1 and max is less than or equal to 4, then return I. What do we do for else, though? Maybe we just pass it along to the ordinary math random. So let's get a reference to that outside here. Get a reference to the real math random before we mock it. It's cool you can do this stuff in Lua. So real math random is equal to math.random. And then I'm going to end up calling that as a backup. Presuming it's at most 2 parameters, that should work. Even if it's 0, 1, or 2 parameters, it'll work. Return that. Okay, so I'm going to do the same kind of thing in the other test, only this time I care about the cooldown parameter. I need to do it here. There we go. Assume wander chooses the next wander time using math random. Returning what, though? Returning a number between 0 and 1 that is scaled up. That is scaled by the maximum wander cooldown constant. So do we want to assert that there is such a constant first? That might be smart, right? So we can do it here, I guess. Moon unit expect equal. What do we expect for this time? I don't know. Actually, it should be scaled by the minimum and maximum. And maximum wander cooldown constant. So minimum, I don't know, let's say 2 for how do I do constants in Lua? Constants. Oh, okay. So it's just uppercase names. So min wander cooldown. And then for max, what should I expect? I don't know, 5 seconds maybe? Actually, does it even really matter? I should just assume that it's a number greater than 0, right? Expect true that that is greater than 0, and then max wander should be greater than min wander. Right? I don't care about any other constants, but we'll use these constants inside of here. So I would say if min, I need to look this up, or I need to look maybe in utilities. Oh, it's if there's no arguments, it's a number from 0 to 1. Okay, so if min is nil, then what do we want to return here? Let's return maybe I do want this in a loop, like to return everything within the range, like return 0 and then return, yeah, I should probably do this. So for I equals 1 to 4 again, do. And we'll be able just do this test 4 times then. What's with the range act assert comments? It's just trying to divide, like, looking at a simpler one, is trying to divide the unit test into 3 logical groups. Like, these are the things that you do setting up the thing you're testing. This is doing the thing you're testing. That's the act. And then assert is looking at the side effects. That's just a convention. You don't have to do it this way. I like to do it to kind of keep it organized. Like, this should not invoke anything that we're testing. This should just be set up. This should be the only thing that we're testing and like try to limit what's here. And the assert should only be checking side effects. And I try to, divide it that way. But it gets complicated when you have these loops where you have the setup is you have to reset up every loop. So it doesn't quite work all the time. Yeah, the closest I can do is there's a common setup. Actually, that common setup isn't even right anymore, is it? There's really no arrange. This doesn't even really fit here, because that has to be inside this all the time. So yeah, here I'll probably just do away with the arrange act assert, like that. No luck printing even with standard C out? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's either closed or it might be redirected. Are you Are you doing a print from a Windows program that's set up to be a Windows type app and not a console type app? Because there you don't even get a standard out at first. So there you're expected to either open your own standard out to somewhere else or use a different facility like the Windows Diagnostic System. I forget what the real name is. Previous move. Okay. So if it's nil, return. Okay, I want to do like a number between 0 and 1. So it'd be I times 0.25. Else do the real one, right? Okay. So expect that. So expect these. These are constant, so I only need to do those once, right? I kind of want to keep it, though, arrange act assert, at least in principle. So actually, no. If we're keeping the loop outside, I can say this is arrange, right? This is act, and this is assert. I don't need to check that there's one move anymore. All I really need to check is that the cooldown is different. So that's down here. Expect that there's one NPC dealt. Actually, this doesn't make sense. This is all I care about, right? Expect that the context delta NPC next wander time. Actually, we'll know what to expect, right? It's equal to min wander cooldown plus I times 0.25 times the difference between max and min. I don't think I have an expect close. So this might have rounding error problems. I don't know, let's see. So, time to run them all. Let's look at your basic code. Yeah, that should have worked. That doesn't work for you? Yeah, that should work. We could try it right now. How fast can I do this? I haven't really been practicing. But I can just go to here and say add program. It's add program, right? Test1 is test1.cpp, and then new file test1.cpp has the contents of your paste bin in it. Well, that's nice. I can just do that, and then build. Error. Oh, it's not add program. Is it add executable? Is that what it is? Yes. There we go. And then build VS Code test1. Hi. Works for me. Yeah, so there's something wrong with your environment, I think, recursive chat. Because there's nothing wrong with that at all. Test1. Bye-bye. All right. 128. Oh, there's a stray end here. That's probably it. Run them all. Okay, so I think it's time to write the code because none of these tests are going to work unless we actually write the code in Wander. Pick a random direction to wander. Right, so based on the direction, we're going to call the move function. So, oh, do we want to cool down even if we fail to move? Let's just keep it simple and just say move and not worry if the move happens. So it would be move. Move is too generic, I think. This should be like NPC move. So NPC move, context, and destination. So the destination would be, I guess we can compute that. Local destination equals context.position.x plus directions. Actually, we can get this out, right? Local direction equals directions, direction index. That's direction.dx, and then that's x equals, and y equals context position y plus direction dy. All right, so that's destination, and then cool down. Begin cooling down the wander. So that's context dot npc context dot delta. Oh, I have to be careful here that the table might not exist. So let's have this one always arranged there to be a delta. Right? It starts as an empty table. So this one will have to check if what is it? If not context delta NPC, then context.delta.npc is an empty table, and that's npc dot wait a minute, I got it wrong. It's position that we care about, right? Oh no, it is. It's next wander time. Next wander time equals context.time plus math.random. It's min wander cooldown. Let's make this multi-line so it's easier to read. Plus times that times the difference. Max wander cooldown minus min wander cooldown. Okay, so those constants need to be defined somewhere. So let's put them up here. These constants control how often NPCs wander. So that is 2, and let's say the max is 5. All right, run them again. Didn't work at all. So it didn't move in a random direction because it's nil. Wait a minute, it shouldn't have been nil. This should have set it. NPC move. Oh, it's local. We can't make it local. So run them again. Okay, it's still wrong. Delta is nil on line 41. It shouldn't be. Didn't I set that up here? Oh, I didn't set it up at all the tests. Yeah. All right. So all the tests need to do that. Yeah. Okay. Run them again. Attempt to compare number with nil on line 86 of the test. Oh, yeah. Maybe you need to restart? Yeah, who knows? Oh, did I do it wrong? Oh, yeah, sorry. It's plus. Thank you, Toulouse. But maybe I did that unintentionally to see it happen in the test framework. I don't know. No, I didn't do it intentionally. Oh, why did I keep doing that? I keep meaning to give you a point, not say hi to you. So this should be min is not equal to nil, and min is greater than 1, and max is not nil. There we go. Run them again. Real math random is nil. Wait a minute, what? Bad argument number 1, number expected got nil. Wait a minute. Oh, we don't want to pass it that. Shoot. Okay, so I need to make this a little bit more elaborate then. There's the 2-argument version and then there's the 1-argument version. So this is the 2-argument. I mean, there's a 2-argument version and the 0-argument version. I don't know why I did that. Else, return real math random with no arguments. I probably need to copy this to the other place I overrode math random, right? Yeah, right here. Okay, so here it's just going to be passed through. Otherwise, it's going to have this in it. So that else if goes there. Else that. Oh, I don't need that, do I? It's just else. Alright, run them again. Still a problem. Attempt to call a nil value on 117. I didn't call a nil value. What's this saying? What? Maybe it's a different file? 117. The thing is that string gets cut off. So I think it's NPC wander test, line 117, but it might not be, I guess. Okay, it started on line 55. This called something else. What did it call? It can't be this one. Oh, it's calling, is it calling back into the... Maybe it's this syntax I have wrong. Oh, it is. We don't do that. It has to be I pairs. I pairs. It's a Lua way to iterate. Yeah, that's it. Again, I have another one. 17. No, really? I can't do I pairs on that? That should be a list. Destinations, right? Oh, it's valid destinations. Dang it. Valid destinations. Valid destinations. Okay, run it again. Expected 1, actual number is 0. So it didn't try to move at all. Really? I bet it's because this count is not working. I thought that was a reference, but maybe not. So that means I have to actually look at it. Actually, no. That should have let me modify that. It should let me mutate it. Actually, it should not just be not equal. It should be equal to I. There. The line numbers are all confused too. And this I don't need to check. That is, yeah, that's wrong. Okay, now it's passing. So I must have... What did I do to break this just now? Undo. Oh, that's the one that was failing. Okay. Wait a minute. No, it wasn't. Hold on. Wait a second. How is that wrong? Just that expectation threw it out? Hold on. Oh, that's the bad one right there. That's the bad one. Okay, cool. So this one, so that actually we know will be equal to I. So that will work. Oh, no, we don't. It could be any one of them. So, yeah, okay. Yes. Then that's more correct. Because we could have our direction map completely different from theirs. But we should hit every direction once, because we iterate each possible random number from 1 to 4. Okay, next one. Attempt index, and so position is nil. It should not be. Go to that test. Oh, I guess it is nil. So we have to put something in there. Doesn't really matter what I put as long as it's not nil. So let's just copy this one. Go back, just put that there. Run it again. Pass. Okay. And then this one, it's the same thing. So we need a position in all of these tests because of the way it indexes it. So that's up here. No, that has a position in it. What's the problem with this one? 35 called from 167. Oh, down here. Yeah, right here. Okay, so the math might be off here. Expected 2.75, actual was 18.75. Oh, so the math is wrong. Time plus minimum plus random number times the difference. Why is it 18.75? Oh, the expectation is wrong. Yeah, it should have the context time added to it. So this should be context.time plus something. Actually, let's do it this way. That plus minimum plus that. A little bit easier to read there. Finally, we're done with the Wander script. Works on Git Bash and not in Command exe. Something wrong with your Command exe then? It's weird. Okay, maybe this will get faster. I didn't think Wander would take me this long. But I kind of like how clean the I like how clean it is now. I suppose we should test. We should do the move thing, or should I try to clean this up a little bit? I'm wondering if I should make a generator that makes these and then reuse it later. Considering it. What else could I fix here? I only do this kind of searching once, so I think I'll just leave it the way it is and move on. So let me do NPC move next. So NPC move test. And then wander, duplicate that. to NPC move. All right. So move takes a context and a destination, right? Move test. Don't know what we're going to mock yet, and there's nothing random about it. So this is move. What use case am I doing first? Move into a position not blocked. Like just say move to an accessible position with only background tiles. Say like move to background or something. Move to accessible background only. Let me set up some well, no, let's just do one test at a time. So the time doesn't matter. The wander time doesn't matter. The movement cooldown does, right? So that was, let me look at the game. These guys each have another variable. Next action time is what it is. Okay, so NAT. Next action time. We're going to basically reset that. And it's going to be based on... I think I want to base it off of like how quickly that NPC can move. Actually, maybe I should do the same thing for wander. Instead of hard coding these constants, maybe those should be in the NPC itself. You know, I might as well. So yeah, I'm gonna go change this then. That we'll actually put that into the test. The cooldown updated test. Minor typo in the comment still references NWT. Yeah, I'm not done with that yet. Yeah, thank you. I would have missed that though, thank you. Point, not a wave. So we want to include it in this, I think, right here. Min wander time. Max wander time. Minimum wander cooldown time. Maximum wander, I can't spell. Maximum cooldown time. So then we won't depend on those constants anymore. So min wander cooldown becomes context.npc.min wander time. Max becomes context npc max wander time. And then I need to update the test too. So we don't have hard-coded constants anymore. That's context and npc min wander time. Context npc max wander time. I broke it. Oh, those have to be set for the other tests too? Yeah, oops. So we'll just include it. You know, I wonder if I should just make a fresh context be a global. Yeah, let's do that. Define common test context. So this is a local base context. I don't know. These are irrelevant, so I don't even need to include those. I just need to include the ones that can't be nil. Okay, those can't be nil either. I'll just leave them the way they are. Excuse me. Yeah, so then we'll reset it to base context and override things. Like... Oh, but Lua doesn't do a deep copy, does it? Shoot. Did I have a utility for that? Deep copy. I knew I wrote this. I just don't remember where it was. Lua deep copy table. I would have done this comparison at some point, right? Type. Type is table. Type of a type function. Here we. Is this it? Aha! Deep copy. Can we leverage the? Oh, this is it. This is okay. I already had it. This is it. All right, it's in the common that we're already including. So that deep copy is what I want. Yeah, there we go. So context is deep copy of base context. There we go. I knew I did it. I just didn't remember where. Okay, and then here, and then we wanted to override some of these things, right? Here, the important things are the time. So context time is 16. Context NPC next wander time is 14. Because all that other stuff is irrelevant. So these tests should only be setting what's relevant. So here. So what's relevant here is the position. That's the only thing relevant here. Oh, actually, that's not true. I also need this to be cooled down, right? Hold on. Yeah, it is cooled down. Okay, so that, yeah, we need to include these and then add to it. So it's that, and then the position is this. I'm so inefficient with my keyboard today. Yay, pass Raimu. Not wave number 4. I know, I'm getting better. Thank you. Cooldown updated. So what matters here doesn't, the position does not matter. Yeah. I suppose, yeah, nothing else. Yeah, just keep that empty. All right, let's try that. Still broken. This one. Oh, yeah, I'm dumb. Okay, this should set context.time is like not yet cooldown, so context.npc next wander time is 16 or something like that. Then try again. Okay, cool. Back to move. So we're not hard coding these times anymore. We're going to include it in, and so I'm going to do the same technique here where we have a common test context. And it's action time. I just copy from there. And then there's no min and max. It's just action time. So that's I don't know what do I want to set it to. How about 0.5? It doesn't really matter. So action time. Action cooldown time. And position does not matter or does? I can't remember. I'll leave it in there. Delta does matter. Okay. So deep copy base context. Okay, to accessible ground. So how is it going to check something is accessible? I think I need to refer to the script host here. The list of functions. Do I not have it here? I thought it was in script host. Where would it be then? Oh, it would be in components, I think. This one has a list of functions I can call from Lua, right? There we go. I think this is it. Test NPC move to entity. We should be searching for that. I have a test for it, don't I? I don't have a test for it? What? Okay, well, let's see. Its arguments are NPC entity and then target entity. And it checks capabilities. It checks if things are in the way. The target just needs to have a position, right? This target entity, we only look up the... What is this? Find... What's this NPC store? What's NPC store? Oh, it's where the NPCs are. Okay, so we see if the target is another NPC. Hold on. Do we need to... Oh, do we need to call this in a loop? I think I do need to call this in a loop. How did that work? Did I couple it with entities at position? I think I did. I should just look at Git. Git, let's look at you. No. Yes. Is this the one I want? Yeah, can't I? How come I can't expand that? I can expand these other things. How come I can't expand that one? I don't know. This repositories thing is broken for me. Shoot. So I'm just gonna use the command line git, or not the command line, but git GUI. I'm guessing it's NPC movement. Yeah. Okay. So I did get a game with entities at position. If NPC... Oh, interesting. Yeah, I did test NPC move to entity. This one's actually pretty good. Can I just steal that? Repurpose it? Let's steal it. There's the old code. Comment it out. All right. So, do I mock with entities at position or not? I'd rather not. I'd rather just leverage the game. So, that means I need to actually make entities, right? Let me think about this. Common pulls in what? Nothing. Oh, no, it mocks the whole game. Never mind. But I have these things in here. So I have with entities at position mocked. Okay, so that's how I did it. I would actually have a components table directly in the game object. Right, so I just... Okay. So I probably in the test for this did that exact same thing. Test NPC movement. No, I didn't do that correctly. Where did I actually put stuff in the game, in the mock game? Shoot. Path test? Aha, I did game.components. Okay. So, I want to make this reusable, so let me put it into common. Let's have like a helper here. Actually, it doesn't need to be in game, does it? It can just be a helper. Where to put the helper? I can put it anywhere I want. How about right here? So, depends on the. Let me Let me try to keep the names in alphabetical order. They already are, right? Yeah. Okay. So add background tile equals function that takes, I don't know. How do we test? I had to have test tile sets and everything, right? So how did this actually work? Oh, this mocked all that stuff. Shoot. Do I want to do that? That's complicated. How the game's coming along? It's okay. I'm taking a step back today and redoing the scripts that drive the non-player characters. So I'm trying not to look at this at the attempt number 1 to write these scripts because they're really messy. So I'm trying to do it over again in a clean way, and it's getting a little difficult. And I'm finding myself tempted to look at the previous iteration of the code. I need to stop doing that. So I'm going back to the basics today. These are the subroutines that NPCs will need, like moving, wandering around, pursuing things, attacking. These are the different variables that NPCs will have, and this is the generic script for NPCs. And so I'm basically starting from the top here. I did move. No, I did it sort of. I did wander first, and now I'm doing move. So I'm not strictly doing it in the right order. But I have to recreate all the subroutines. The subroutines are pulling from the NPC state, and then when I get all the subroutines done, I can then write the script for the NPCs, the overall script. So this is the movement script tests that I'm trying to assemble. So movement depends on an action, next action time and action cooldown. Does the position matter? I'm gonna say it only matters if the game actually needs it. And that was back in components, right? Components. This test NPC moved entity is the key, right? Does it actually need to know the positions of things? It doesn't actually look like it does. And the way it determines it is what? It looks at capabilities and it does an access check. So that is going to look at tiles and tile sets. Okay. Does it look at the tile set cache or not? It does. So I need to construct the tile set cache, which means I have to be running the tile set system. So I need to mock this whole thing, really. So I really can't call the real test NPC mutant. I need to mock it. Ultimately, I need to mock it for all. So I might as well just put that in the common here, right? I should just put that in here now. So test NPC move to entity is a function that takes what? NPC entity and target. So NPC entity, target entity. And actually, do I really care how it works? I should just assume that the real one does the right thing, and I should just set up a pretend system. Yeah, so the pretend system, the mock is going to be different for every test. So that makes sense that I wouldn't put it here. Every test is going to be different. Move test. I know. Move test will be part of the arrange. So this will have to be game.test test NPC move to entity is some kind of function. And if it's accessible background only, that means we're going to pretend that it worked. So pretending that it worked does what? Right, it returns two things, right? Permit, deny. Is that how it works? Permit, deny. So that means we will we'll return 1, 0, right? Return 1, 0. Permit, deny. Definitely mock it and don't recreate the actual since you have tests for the real system. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why, but today I keep having to reorient myself to like avoid just needlessly redundant complexity. It's like just assume that that's separately tested and just do the minimum that makes sense in this test case. In this test case, we're moving to an accessible background. In fact, it can be even more generic than this. Move to an accessible position, right? So the only thing that's really tricky is that this is the code that I'm rewriting. I'm trying not to look at it, but yeah, we really need to look at every entity at a target position. So we're leveraging the game to do that. So in addition to mocking this, I also have to mock the with entities at position. And I had chosen to do it here, right? Which means I have to set stuff up in this components pause with matching X, Y, and Z components. But I don't have to do that, you know? I could just I can remock it again in here. Like this. Yeah. Actually, this also has a self, doesn't it? Yeah, so this I can actually expect. Right. What I should do is expect that X and Y match the destination given to this isn't wander, it's move. Destination. There we go. If you override that function, you need to restore it somehow. No, because every test that runs, it's going to rerun importing the common, right? Require common. Oh, thank you for that follow. I think the way I wrote moon unit is it reparses everything for every test that it runs. So like you can totally change everything in one test, and then when the next test runs, it reinitializes everything. Yeah, so we're good. Okay, let me get this right. So I guess we can do something like we can pretend that there's... Actually, no, all I need to do is check that the arguments are correct. I don't need to test this because it goes through there, right? We can just, we just need to call it after checking the parameter. So, and the entity doesn't matter. So, moon unit expect equal, I need to set up destination. Local destination is whatever I want it to be, but the only important ones are X and Y, right? So X is, I don't know, 6, -4 maybe? Sorry, you don't understand. Oh, is it broken? Oh, right. That you're talking about in the real game? Yeah, he's not actually asking you a question. He's you're supposed to say like either help or name or job or something like that. So it's not he's not actually I didn't write that test dialog very well. Let me show you that. So we're not doing debug tools, right? So I can go back to the main game here. The dialogue we're talking about is George the guide, right? Yeah, an impressive warrior and plate mail armor stands before you. Hello, do you need help? So instead of asking it, do you need help? Say, hello, I'm here to help you. Save. Okay, so now he should, actually, let's put a period there. Now he should just say, hello, I'm here to help you. And it's so after that, it goes to the combo state. So here are the things you could try. This is a secret one. So if you type fireworks, it says, sorry, that was a limited time only event. But here are the things you could say: name, job, help, or buy. So in my game, it's inspired by Ultima, and in Ultima games, you could always use the name and job keywords. And from the responses, you're supposed to like guess what else you could ask. So both from the start where he says help, and also if you say job, it says I can help you. It's supposed to be hints that you can say help. And then that goes to a special help thing where you can say yes. And then that starts the NPC guiding you through the dungeon. Which I think is broken right now, which is why I'm rewriting these scripts. The intent is that if you say help, he'll ask you, great. He'll say, what do you say? I can lead you out of these sewers, care to follow me? And then that's a yes-no question where you can, if you say yes, then he starts guiding you. So that's what that's about. So I fixed the text just now. All right, destination is that. So we want to basically check to make sure that the numbers are the same, right? So expect destination X for X and destination Y for Y, right? And the Z coordinate should match what we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So expect that he doesn't teleport off into infinity. So that's context.npc.z for Z. Yeah, no problem. Hey, Laris. And hey, Laris. Oh, and Carzy Garage. How's the game coming along? Yeah, I already talked about that. Forgot to wave, though. Some waves that I missed. Sir Nightlord. We was asking earlier about a range act assert. And then... my eye is not very good at seeing this. At 107. Has met... said Turkey. I don't know why, but hello. Car Garage, what a neat name. Oh, I see. Yeah. Carzy Garage. Nice. All right. We're permitting. Destination is not important. Well, the destination has to be fed through. And then we just simply return visitor. What are we returning? The entity number, so. It doesn't matter. So, 42. So that should end up calling that function, but with this added to it. So I should probably check here. Moon unit expect equal, and that we don't have in here, right? Let's make entity the NPC's entity. I don't like that. Let's make it be explicit NPC entity. And I can put any I just need to make the number unique. How about 78? So we should expect context.npc entity for NPC entity, and then expect 42 for the target entity. Right. Permit. I don't need to do anything else. So the arrangement is just setting up mocks, do the thing, and then we're going to expect similar to what the wander test expected for a delta. Yeah, so we're going to expect the position to be moved to the destination, right? So 6 for context delta position dot x. Before I do that, I should do an assert. Expect assert false context delta position is not nil. It doesn't really matter, you know? It'll just break here. So we'll expect that both x and y are provided in the delta. All right. That's good enough for a first test, I think. So syntax error equals... How come it's failing so many times? Common, line 6. Probably because it's imported a lot. Oh. Right, I've decided I didn't need that. What now? 10. Oh, missing comma. I don't think I actually need to run to do that. I think if I just run it, it's fine. Attempt to index a nil value. Right, so it didn't do a move. Okay. So, let's do the thing. Move. Can I cheat this time and just... Here's the old implementation. It's simple enough. Let me just try to see if I can make it easy. A game with entities at position. We're going to be passing a function with that gets an entity in a depth. Right now I don't use the depth, so I might as well just not even include it. And the position is... oh, wait a minute. This isn't the function that I'm looking at the wrong function. Shoot. I did this totally wrong. It should just say if game can NPC move to position, and then oh, that's not even the right function. It's the one that the test is requiring. What am I doing? Test NP... Right. If... Actually, it's local permit deny, right? Equals test and a game test NPC move to entity, and then we need context NPC entity, and then let's call this one target entity. If permit, then... Oh, was there a way to exit this early? Oh. So I am sort of doing this, but in a different way. I decided to put it, okay. All right, I'm just getting confused today. Destination.x, destination.y, and then context.npc.zone. Right, and then this is already defined, right? And I should actually do this. Okay. Let's just simplify this. If permit or deny. So local is permit, false. Local deny is false. Yeah, and then the end is, like it says down there, return permit and not deny. That's it. Test. Didn't work. Attempt to index a nil value. Oh, right. It doesn't... It's if this is true, then actually do the move, which is context... I have to say if context.delta.position is nil, then context delta position is a table, and then set the x to be destination x, and then y is y. Technically, we don't have to set the coordinate that we didn't change, right? I wonder if I do that to simplify things now. Yeah, why am I setting both the x and the y? So let's have it like expect that to be nil. Yeah, I like that better. Then this would do a check. If let's get access to that. No. Actually, why not? Local delta position is that. Oh, because I can't do that. Okay, I can do this. If a destination X is not equal to context NPC context position X, then do that. And this is Y. Alright, now try. Didn't parse correctly, I think. No parsing, missing a symbol. Oh, end. I should have been able to see that one. Still a nil. But down here. Can I not do that stuff? Oh, the other thing that I think I did wrong is I returned 0 and 1 should be true, false. That might have been it. Nope. Didn't matter. Yeah, what if I can't do that? So I have to do that instead? Nope, that wasn't it. This should be setting the fields there. Should be changing the X. Why does it say it's nil? I don't get it. This is just not my day. Is this like Monday? I didn't stream on Monday, so maybe the curse of Monday is coming to me on a Tuesday. Did it even get here? What if I I don't know. Print. Hello. And then run it. I didn't print anything. What about here? There, it printed it. Okay, so it's not even getting into this? Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah, it's not even getting into the visitor. I thought I called it though. Right there. So is it not getting here? Run that. It's not even getting into this. Did I misspell it? Interesting. It's not getting in there? Why not? Just stream every day, then there's no Monday issues. Does it never reset? Is that the idea? I don't get this. Hmm. So where is that going then? If not into here. I should be able to reassign that, because that's what common does. Common is just a table that sets these things up. I don't know. Let's print world here. What do I have to lose? Print world. Hello world. Okay, it is getting there. How the heck? Can I not reassign entries to a table? Why is it not letting me reassign entries to a table? Did I misspell it? No. Oh, there's a comma there. That comma, I think what that does is it links this statement with the next thing. And actually, I think what it's doing is linking that function definition with that and assigning that to be like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what that comma there does. Evidently, it hoses that assignment. Okay, so that was it. All right. So get rid of all that. Passing, right? Okay, good. I was gonna lose my mind soon if I couldn't find it out. One character like that did it to me. All right. So this is an accessible. It doesn't matter if it's background or not, right? Yeah. It doesn't matter because we're just delegating to these two functions, right? We just need to make sure that the different combinations of this work. So this really is move to permitted entity. Move to a position. Actually, let's not call it that. It's obscure. Accessible background tile, sure. We can just pretend that that's what it is. Yeah, bug for 5+ hours. It was an addition. It's always the most difficult bugs are either single characters that are wrong or misplaced, or it's memory corruption. I hate both those kinds of bugs. And when you finally fix it, you're like, it feels so both bad and good. Bad that it took me so long, and good that I finally got it. Okay, move to. So I didn't need to do I want to do all 4 combinations? You can either permit. Actually, I guess we should move to an inaccessible position. Okay, so that's permit. Why did I say 1? Oh, permit deny. I think we'll just say yeah. Just that's like a key. That's what that's telling us. So here we'll change it to false true. Actually, let me split this up because I only really need to check this once. So let's make another special test that just checks that this function, that these two functions are called. So check to make sure NPC move uses the game's with entities. Actually, I can just separate these. Check to make sure the NPC check to make sure NPC move uses the game's with entities at position function. So I don't need this. I do need that. All I need to do is that, and that's it. This is the assert. If I wanted to be more technical about it, I could store that actual destination. Sure. And then set that. So basically move these out to here. And have this say that equals x equals x, y equals y, z equals z. And then don't care about the visitor. So it's just that these three are the actual. All right. Refresh, please. I wonder why the refresh didn't work. Why didn't that work? It should have given me line numbers here. Is it just broken? I need to reload. When things don't make sense, reload window to fix it. And then, oh, bookmarks updated. Okay, whatever. It's still not finding my tests. Why not? Is it because I didn't have unique names? That's why. Okay, so this is move uses with how do I want to say this? Iterates entities at destination. That's probably what it was, right? Yep. Okay. Run that. Passes. Okay. Cool. The next part would be, granted that it's iterating the entities at the position, now we don't care about these anymore. And we just want to make sure that it ends up calling this one. So here we only care about that this argument is correct. And it doesn't matter what we return, right? So I'm just going to have it now return nothing. And the destination doesn't matter. So, yeah, let's put in here local actual NPC entity and local actual target entity. And these move down to here. That goes there. Actually, it's just that. And then this is just actual. All right. And then we just assign them here only. Actual target is target. Make sure it's called, right? Right, so here's where the target entity comes from, and then we expect it's going to lead it into this function here. And this comes from the context, so we just make sure it's the same as what was in the context. Okay, that works. And then, I forget, can I just run it to rescan? No, I have to reload. Oh, but its name is not unique, that's why. So, this would be uses test NPC move to entity, or really tests entities, tests entities at target, at destination. One is that it iterates the entities, and then the other one is that it tests them. All right. Yeah, if I run this, does it give me line numbers? No. I was hoping that it would because it's faster, but it doesn't. Rescanning does, and this broke. Oh, did I use something called destination? Why does it say it's nil? Oh, because that's nil. All right, so I have to have a destination. Got it. We can put it there, though. It doesn't matter what it is. Run. Pass. Time for you to transition back to be an indie dev? Okay, Tim. Take care. I'll probably be watching your stream later, if you're still going. All right. Do I have this multiply defined? I do. Right, so we tested the two that okay, so really I don't need this copy anymore, do I? Oh, no, I do. But I can reduce the things we actually test. This one doesn't actually care about those anymore. And this doesn't care about that either. And I don't even need to pass anything there. It can be nil. So it's really kept simple then, right? In fact, yeah, I do need that minimally because it depends on it being called back. Yeah, so the destination numbers need to match there. Right. So run that. Scan again, please. Thank you for that follow. Oh, and I don't have these names unique. That's like the third time I've done this. Move to accessible entity. Oh no, I wanted to keep this so I could understand it, right? Let's say move to accessible position. Move to an accessible position in the game. Actually, it's self-explanatory, so why do I even have a comment? Move to inaccessible entity. Inaccessible position. I'm struggling today. I wonder if it's the cold I have. Alright, so this isn't working yet because the expectations aren't correct, right? It's not accessible, so this should not actually move. This should be expect nil, right? Expect equal nil for position. There we go. Correct. Alright. So then there's the more complicated cases of if permit and deny are both false, and then one for both are true, and then there's one where the initial one would permit, but the next one would deny, right? Like the order of permit and deny for two different entities. Yeah, so let's I don't want to make these test names too long. How about I just say, well, we'll strike the move to part. So for both of these names, let's get rid of move to. Let's just do, let's call this one permit solo. Deny solo. And then we'll add two more cases. One is neutral solo. So that's both false for permit and deny. If I remember right, that's what happens if it's just like a tile to be ignored. And then what was the default? I think the default is we can move. So that should pass already. If not, then I need to think about it. No, it didn't pass. It has to be, oh, it has to be permitted. Okay, so yeah, this would be a nil then. There has to be at least one thing permitting the move. What am I doing? That's equal nil for position. And then, yeah, we'll have the same thing for if it's both permitted and denied. Which would be which would be confusing. Actually, that's not even valid. You can have, it can't be both permitted and denied, right? Right, not legal. So then the other tests are going to be where there are two things in a different order. So permit before deny, and then deny before permit, I guess. And then there should be a neutral before permit and a neutral before deny. Okay, so for these, we expect it to be called twice. So let's have a counter. Count starts at 1. If count is 1, actually it would be 0. Count is count plus 1. If count is 1, then return that. Else, return the other way. So if the first one's permit, the second one is deny, then we expect it to be permitted, so then it will move. So this, again. All right. Actually, there's no real reason for me to continue expecting both. I guess I'll just keep it. That's okay. So next one is deny before permit. So that's just flipping the order of these two. So this is if there are two things standing on the same spot in the world. So for example, if there is a wall, but there's a ladder over the wall, if the ladder is on top of the wall and the ladder permits movement, you can move there even if there's a wall. But if the wall is on top of the ladder, it's reversed. So the wall will block you even if there's a ladder underneath. That's how it works. I think the second false is supposed to be a true. Oh, shoot. How come I don't see these things? This is why Toulouse gets so many stream channel points. Stream points, not channel points. What am I thinking? Yeah, so that should be true. That won't affect that test, will it? Yeah, that's how muddled I am today. My brain commands my mouth to say one thing and then type a different thing. That's how messed up I am. That's okay. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days. Okay, so then the other two combinations I want is neutral before permit and before deny. So that's false, false. And then permit. And that should permit the move. And then neutral before deny. And that's like that. And this should be back to nil again. All right. And that'll cover every combination really, really well, I think. Neutral before permit is broken. It did not permit it. Did I do this wrong? It doesn't allow the move for some reason? I didn't expect that. Look at the code. Oh, I didn't call it twice. I'm dumb. It's got to call it twice. And all of these things where we expect it to be called twice. Yeah, okay. I messed that up. We have to pretend that there are two entities. Okay, what's... Oh, I can't return... Right. Why am I returning visitor? That's not even correct. It just should be calling the visitor. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to return from that. You never return what the visitor returns. You just call the visitor. If the visitor returns anything, it's to tell you if you should stop early. But I don't even have that in that supported for that. I don't have support for that yet. All right, we're done with move. Move has been exhaustively tested. Okay, what's next? Pursue. All right. Pursue is going to do a path find and update the path. This path, right? All right, let's do it. How much time do I have left? Actually, I need to watch the timer. It's been over 3 hours. Okay, you know what I'll try to do is I'll try I'll see what I could. Some of these are going to go faster than the others. Let me see if I can finish the subroutines today and then do the script tomorrow. Yeah, I should stretch. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm gonna take a stretch break and then pursue should be the hardest one here. Actually, attack will also be hard. But this stop pursuing is easy and wait is really, really easy. So yeah, my objective for today will be to finish the subroutines and then the next time I stream tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow afternoon will be to try to do the script. So let me set up the timer and take a quick break to stretch. Actually, you know what? The cat was on the cat spot, but not anymore. So I'll have to, maybe to stretch, I'll go find where the cat is. Let me take a couple minutes. Starting the countdown. I will be right back. I'm back early. I found the cat sitting on his heater, little cat heater thing that we have. It's like a 15-watt thing that's built into a little circular piece of carpet. It's actually, he likes it. He alternates between sitting there and then sitting up right there. So he's in the heating pad, and I thought about putting the heating pad on the cat tower, but I think he might fall off if I do that. All right. There's one other thing I thought of while I was taking a break. We might want move to return a flag indicating if the move worked or not, because if NPCs try to move, I think down here I say if they try to move and they can't, that they have to do something else. Oh, it's implied by this. I think what I need to do is if pursuit can't take the next step, then we would continue. We would stop pursuing. Actually, what happens if we skip this? A barrier comes up. I guess what we would do is the NPC would get blocked for one turn, stop pursuing, and then the next time they would aggro on some other enemy, or they would find a path. Where do I have it where we find a path? I actually don't have this in here. It's a missing step, isn't it? It should be somewhere in here. Where's the best place to put? Maybe right here. If we were able to take the next step, we wouldn't get to here. So this should say if aggro list not empty. Pursue nearest enemy. That would imply that I have to see the distance for each enemy. So maybe I would just pursue and both these nearests probably should be different. Pursue enemy at top of list. Pursue enemy. Pursue first enemy in aggro list. I'll just keep it simple for now. Maybe later I'll make a function that calculates like which enemy is the best one to pursue based on other factors. Or maybe I should make that a separate function right now. That would be smart, wouldn't it? Because I'm going to use it in two places. The initial, like when something gets aggroed, and then if we find ourselves no longer pursuing an enemy, but the aggro list is not empty. So let's say pursue, not first an aggro list. Top aggro candidate. Top enemy. Or well, what's the best term for this? Pursue the most threat. Pursue top of threat. Top of pursue enemy with the most threat. Well, that didn't work. Okay, so that means I need another function up here. Determine enemy with the most threat. I kept trying to type thread. In fact, I did. Okay, I need a name like get next enemy. How about get next enemy? Yeah, sure. Get next enemy. Okay. So I'll need to know if move fails, right? Because these next steps can fail. So I need to include that before I move on. Move test needs to like actually check to see if a move was done in the return value. So every time we have NPC move, we need to have a return value. This one I don't care about, do I? I should just build it into the other tests where they move or they don't move. So I'll just do it in two places then. Permit, so this will be local moved, and then we'll just say moon unit expect true moved. And then down here is again local moved, and that we should say expected to be false. Yep. Reload. Run them all. And now we need to fix it because it's not returning. So that's easy, right? We just say this is return true, else return false. Fixed. All right. Maybe we should get the easy ones out of the way. Wait. Actually, I don't even need a function for that, do I? No, I do. I do need a function for that. We wanted to change the action time. So that's like a move that doesn't actually move. So this will be really easy. NPC wait test. And then the corresponding code is just NPC wait. NPC wait test doesn't need a... Actually, it does need a time. It needs an action cooldown time. And did I? Oh, I never tested that in move. Damn it. Okay, let's go back and fix it. That should just be what? Part of permit deny again? Or make that separate. I'll just build it into sort of divided. It's the same setup with slightly different. It's just extra. It's just extra expectations, right? So we would just check the next cooldown time. Expect equal. If we did move, it's the current time plus the action cooldown time. So we expect 16.5 for the next action time. So 16.5 for context delta NPC next action time. If we didn't move, then we would expect the whole thing to be... Oops, there's no comma there. we expect it not to be changed at all, so the whole NPC won't change, right? There we go. Did it. Reload. And run. It's gonna... Oh, did it? It shouldn't have passed. Wait a minute, how did it pass? How did that pass? I don't think it did. I don't believe it. Wait a minute, what's going on here? I'm not seeing line numbers anymore. Oh, shoot, I know why. It's this bug. Because I duplicated the test names, it's confused. So let's get rid of wait for now. And run again. Reload again. Hey, Jackamus. How are you doing? Working on redoing my game's NPC scripts right now. So, I don't know. It has to be done. It's not the most glorious stuff. But this is like the script when an NPC moves. It checks to see if the place it's going to, if there's any entity that will permit the movement or deny the movement. And if it's permitted, then we fill this delta position with the destination coordinates, otherwise and return true, otherwise we return false. So these subroutines that I'm writing are the building blocks for building this new NPC script, which is kind of like a priority list of things to do, and if it makes at any point in this list, if it does something, then we terminate early. So like if this wait happens or this attack happens, then we stop. So the lowest priority is just wander around. Highest priority is attack enemies, that kind of thing. I'm doing so-so. I'm still recovering from a cold, so I'm coughing here and there, but I'm doing better than yesterday. I took yesterday off because I had a fever the night before yesterday, and it felt awful. Doing better. Hopefully you're doing all right. You said you're doing well. See, my brain is muddled today. My apologies for being muddled. Right, so this is failing because why? Because in the test, in line 93, oh, because we didn't set the next action time. So that's what we need to do here. That's in addition to setting that. So really, let's put comments here. Request to move the NPC. Request to put the action, put NPC action on cooldown. All right. The action, I call it action because it's either movement or attacking. They use a shared cooldown for the NPC right now. So that's NPC. And this little if here is if there's no table at all, set up a new table. Because if this is nil, then you can't do that. You get a Lua error. So we first make sure there is a table, and then in the table, we would set the next action time to be the time plus the NPC's what do I call it? Action time? Action time. Action cooldown time. There we go. That should fix it. Cool. So now I'm moving on to wait. And we're going to duplicate the wait tests. Actually, you know what? I should just delete wait. And then take move and copy it into NPC wait. And then the move test should be NPC wait test. Oh, is it test or tests? Test. Hey there, Apollo I. I am holding off checking in because I'm kind of cheating with Git right now. I'm using the Git GUI to see all these deletes have my old code. And if I were to commit it, then it's a little bit harder for me to see the old code. So yeah, I'm kind of cheating. So I'll probably just do this all together at the end of the stream. Because I can do that. I can cheat and no one will... there's no repercussion except from future Ramu. And he's a nice guy, so no problems. All right. Wait test. So wait also uses the time and the action cooldown, but the entity doesn't matter. So we're just going to remove all of that. All right. So this is wait. There's only really going to be one test. Check to make sure wait triggers action cooldown. So wait. Actually, do we need to check if it's not yet cooled down? What did I do for move? I don't think we need to check it because the script will make sure. So this will be action cooldown. So I don't need a destination. We don't need to do this setup. We just do NPC wait. And then the expectation is just this one with the next action time, right? And then we're done. So easy peasy. Take the context. I probably don't even need to do this deep copy. Just do the wait, and the assert is that the next action time is the current time plus the action cooldown time. Reload. Are NPC rules based, or do you use machine learning? They're rule based right now. So I suppose machine learning is doable by substituting these rules with I don't know how machine learning works exactly, but I would imagine that these rules would be learned by the machine somehow. So we would give it these basic subroutines, and it would just try to call them. And if the NPC lives, then we would favor that, the logic it came up with. If the NPC died, then maybe we would penalize that. I don't know how machine learning works, but I would imagine, yeah. We would use, these are the core instinctual subroutines, and this script would be what the machine is going to learn. Okay, just a second. I got text from Mrs. Raimu. Hold on. Takes a while to train. They had to train up to 20 separate minds for each NPC faction. Huh. I'll have to learn how that works. So right now it's the logic is all baked in. Well, it's adjustable through a Lua script, so I could do it live, but yeah, it's gonna be pre-designed. Oh, how did I get up there? Oh, I hit Control Tab, led me there. Interesting. All right, run the tests. So wait doesn't actually invoke the action cooldown time yet because wait doesn't do the right stuff here. This is now NPC wait. There's no destination. It's just gonna do this only, right? Request to put the NPC action on cooldown. It doesn't even need to return anything. That's easy. Why did that not work? Oh, because we need to require it. Try again. Pass. All right, cool. Done. Wait was easy. Let me look at my schedule really quick for other things. Sure. All right. Just coordinating with the misses. It's based off of reward signals. Each neural network is effectively the fleet commander in charge of all the ships. Oh, cool. I think mine would be a little bit more complicated, right? Because there are a lot of things that can be sensed, like within enemies in an attack range or not, where they are relative to their anchor, whether or not they're guiding another player, and if that player is within range. There's timers involved, so it might be a little bit more complicated. I don't know. I have no idea, Apollo. You probably know a lot more about this than I do. Mine is obviously not using machine learning. Interesting thing to think about, though. All right, so we're done with move and wait and wander. What's the next easiest one? Pull aggro, right? Easy. Wait test NPC pull aggro test. Why don't we just combine pull and drop? We'll just call it aggro test. I like that idea. And then wait, duplicate that and call it NPC aggro. All right, so NPC aggro. Let's have pull. So enemy entity. We'll have pull, we'll have drop, and we'll have get, what did I call it? Get next enemy. So that will return an entity. Each of the NPC ships played the game the same way as a player would. Oh, that's cool. So then the sensors are a lot fewer, right? Because then it would just be move. And maybe sense if something is in the aggro range or not, but I wouldn't need to have like I wouldn't have to have these pull and drop aggro. That would be, I guess, built into the machine's logic, right? Somehow? Actually, I don't know. What am I saying? I keep thinking I know what I'm talking about, and I really don't. All right, aggro test. So what are we going to need for this? The NPC, I think I want to store the NPC's aggro table here. And that's just going to be a list, right? So enemies currently how do I say this? The NPC currently is trying to attack. That's basically what it is, right? And we don't need cooldowns at all. The time is irrelevant. So this is aggro. So what's the use case here? Add an enemy. Add an existing. Add a new entity. A new enemy to the aggro list. So this would be aggro pull. Yep, and then I don't know, 42. And the expectation would be that we would get a list, right? Can I compare lists directly? I don't know if I can. I don't remember. Let me see if I can. So it would be a list containing 42 for Delta NPC aggro. Scales far easier as it scales itself based on the player base. So there are currently 3,225 NPC ships. So how hard does the game become after a while? Is it like Go, where only the most expert players are able to win, or do you keep it balanced in some way to keep the so that you have a good so you don't scare players away, because it's, if it gets too hard, people aren't going to want to play it. That would seem to me like the hard thing to do, keeping things balanced, because won't it tend to just get smarter and smarter and then outsmart people? All right, will this work alone? Let me see. I did forget some highs. Thank you, Toulouse. We've been talking to Apollo. I forgot to say hi. And Frosty, I missed you completely. Oh, you're in there. Hello. I say hi. Hey, Rymoon peeps. Hi, Frosty. Hope you're doing well. I didn't give this a name either. Dang it. Add enemy. All right. Balance in lots of ways. The difference with the NPC ships is they don't effectively have captains, so they don't have skills that can get high. Oh, I see. So the players have an edge then because of that. All right. This fails in the correct way, right? Yeah. NPC is nil. Okay, good. So pull, really simply, would be if context.delta.npc is nil, then context delta npc is an empty table. Then context delta npc.aggro. Actually, we need to check this too. If no, we don't. We're just going to take the existing aggro list and mutate it, right? How does deep... I had the deep copy. How does that actually work with the table? Oh, it's doing a pairs thing. Okay. So we probably want to make that a local function. Copy table, a copy list function, list end. So local copy is an empty table for index value in iPairs list do. I need a do, right? A copy I equals v, return copy. I don't know, there might be something built into Lua that does this, but I'm just going to presume there isn't, and just say that's copy list context dot npc dot aggro, and then add to that. I should also check to see if it is a list. Actually, if it's not, I can do this. I can say if the type of the list is table, then do this. That'll work. So if it's not a list, it becomes a list, and then we just add to it. So that one, and then add one to its length equals enemy entity. There. Hey, the Epic Unknown. How are you doing today? Is each player its own faction? Oh, for Apollo Eyes game? Find the map the most interesting thing about my game is yours is just a ribbon since you made it one-dimensional. Right. Yeah, mine... You don't need me to explain how mine works, right? That these pieces of data are not physically arranged consecutively in memory. They're only... it's only their position components and the values of their x and y coordinates. If they're next to each other mathematically, then they're in the virtual world together, but their memories are never together because these position components are held in a map structure which is keyed by entity ID, and entities next to each other can have wildly different entity IDs. So yeah, my game system's spatial computations rely heavily on quick lookups and caches. I cache by position. I cache entities because the way we actually store the main source of truth of the data is it's a map from entity ID to entity ID and component type to component data, and only inside of that data do we find the coordinates. Yeah, so I end up having to cache to construct a reverse map between XY combinations and entities. Otherwise, it's really, really slow because you have to scan all entities and basically place them in space next to each other to figure out how close they are. Hash maps are very convenient for making any kind of translation between coordinate systems, I guess, right? So one coordinate system, so to speak, is the entity number. Another one is spatial coordinates, and maybe a third one might be, I don't know, the different zones of the game, right? The Z coordinate. So if I were to have the concept of if something is above or below you by neighboring zones, then that's yet another dimension we might have to track with a different kind of hash map. Don't have to have that right now because my zones are completely, utterly separate right now. But yeah, hash maps rule. All right, so that should be enough to get that test to work, right? Yes, okay. So that was here. We can add an enemy to the aggro list. So what about, let's call it add new enemy, and then should be add an existing enemy. Add old enemy, or existing enemy. So to do that, I'm going to have it start with that. So context .npc.aggro is the list 42. This will probably fail right now because it'll be 42, comma 42, which is not what I want. Oh, I didn't mean to run everything. Just all my Lua stuff, please. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so it's extra key 2. Right, got it. Okay, so this should, I think, maybe instead of doing copy list, it should see if the enemy is already in the list. So maybe we don't need to use this per se. Yeah, why don't we do it first here? Let's call this, instead of copy, we'll call it new aggro. And then the original aggro is context NPC aggro, right? So what if I just get a reference to that, since it's a long name? How about old aggro? Is that, and then select that, and we'll say, let's keep a track here. So local found enemy is false. If v equals the enemy entity, then found enemy is true. End. And then down here, if not found enemy, then this one here, then return new aggro. No, we're not going to return new aggro. This will assign new aggro to there. And new aggro goes here instead of this long, complicated name. All right. Now let's try it. Pass. Okay, so that's pulling aggro, both existing and new. It won't add it twice. So then let's do drop. So drop an existing enemy from the aggro list. Drop existing enemy. So putting it in the list and then saying drop it, we should get an empty list, right? And then while I'm at it, let's drop an unknown entity. Unknown entity. Unknown enemy. So it's not in the list. It should stay not in the list. Actually, you know what it should be is it should be nil now. It should not change the list at all. Yeah, it shouldn't be in there. Okay. The drop doesn't exist yet. I'm getting more texts. Okay. Oh, let me ask a question here. All right. Cool. All right. So drop aggro. I think again, I guess I don't really need this copy list because in a sense, we're building a new list and either removing something or not, right? Right. So, and we might not even do this. So it should be if found enemy, then do this, right? And this should be included in that. Let's do it there. Cool. All right. Old aggro, new aggro, found enemy. So if it's a table, go, and if we find it, then we found it. Else, copy one that's different, right? That's the difference. If we found it, then we don't do that. That should work, right? Is it time to stretch? Didn't I stretch like only 20 minutes ago? Sure, I'll stretch in a second. Hold on. This is not working now. This failed on this line. It's not nil. Oh, NPC is nil. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't change the NPC at all. Cool. All right. Yeah, there's one more thing for aggro, right? Get next enemy. I'm going to keep it simple right now. Then I'll stretch. I promise. You can't stretch enough. That I should stretch enough. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. So this is the duplicate, right? So return return an enemy from the aggro list. I don't really care which one. Return an enemy from a non-empty aggro list. This is get next enemy get next enemy aggro not empty. So let's say like 1 and 2, right? Get next enemy. Local enemy entity equals that, and we're going to say that we expect it to be 1. Keep it simple. Next will be return enemy from an empty. Aggro empty. It's empty. What do we get? Nil. And I messed up somewhere. 84. Oh. Wonder why I didn't see that. Okay. So far, so good. So get next enemy. It should just be local aggro is context NPC aggro, right? And then if... Can I just do if the length of aggro is greater than... Well, what if it's nil? I guess I can test that. Return enemy from a nil, a missing aggro list, so it won't even be in the list. How do I remove it from the list? I can just reassign NPC. Like that. Alright, so then return aggro 1, else return nil. End. Actually, technically I don't even need that else, because if you don't return, then they get nil back. So maybe I should keep it Lua-like and not even return nil. This is what I was worried about. Can't get a length of a nil value. I didn't make the name unique, did I? Get next enemy aggro empty, aggro missing. Yeah. Alright. Cool. So that's the problem. I need to check here. Two different things, right? If aggro and its length is greater than 0. Cool. All right. Time to stretch. Let me take, I don't know, a couple minute break. So start the timer. I'll be right back. I only really needed a minute there. All right. Get up and stretch my legs a little bit. It got move, got wander, don't have pursue yet. Got wait. Got all of these three. So really I'm missing pursue, stop pursue, and attack. Let me do stop pursue first. That's the easiest. Right now, at least. So, NPC. So just put them together. Pursuit. And then, pursuit test. Pursuit. You have a plan for the story for your game yet? A little bit, yeah. But I do need a lot more content, like more. I need to flesh that out more. And yeah, that's good. It's very not too much in the. What am I trying to say? In the not too distant future, that's going to become a problem. So I might be asking for more help in coming up with story ideas. So I have a small set of viewers and friends who have been brainstorming some ideas, but that because I've been focused so much on getting the engine up and running and haven't needed the story content, that really hasn't gone anywhere in a while. But we'll need to start that back up again. Now, you don't need to apologize, Crumpet. We haven't needed a story yet. But when I start to feel like I need more story elements, then I'll start to breathe some more life into that. You had to end up hiring some for that. I hope I don't need to do that. What I might start with is something very simple, and then see if I can get a minimally complete product, or what is it, MVP, minimally verifiable product, or whatever, minimally valid product. Some kind of complete story that's really small, and then see if I can then expand or build off of that. Maybe make it chapter based or something like that. Minimum viable product, right? So if there's something small and contained and complete that doesn't need like an elaborate story, but something that maybe like the first chapter of a story doesn't need to be complete. Maybe start with that and see how it goes. Because I think whatever I come up with, it's going to radically change before I'm done. Because there'll be a lot. I'm just one person. There are like hundreds of other people who have their input. So I'd rather just get a seed into the game. And you get input to kind of like mold, well, how is that going to grow? Just too much to do. The story's all planned out, but it goes over 5,000 years, and there are sub-stories for each character as well. Yeah, so the scope is much, much larger, right? That makes sense that you'd have to hire someone. It's like making a whole game universe. Rather than just one game world, right? One of the great things about RPGs is you can have a ton of different little stories. Yeah, so that could be another way to do it. We could have everyone comes up with their own story, and then we just fit them together somehow. Wow, 15 chapters? Dang. That's pretty cool. All right, what do I need for pursuit right now? I just need... What did I call it? The state for this. Was it path? Yes, path. So the NPC will have a path of some kind. So these are the places, well, steps to take towards the current goal. Right. And then a delta. And then oh, you know what I need in addition to the path? Is I need to know the current step index. I didn't put that in here. So path will be step. Index into path of the next step in the path. So that means I'll have a step. Step is 0. Index of next step in path. There we go. Gets big fast. 4 people on the team now, all by accident. Well, it sounds like you're on the way to success if you're not already there. That's cool. You're where I want to be in like a couple years. Have like enough story in my game so that I need people to be handling the load of adding content. That would be sweet. It sounds scary though for me. Like I'll need the engine to scale up pretty big for that too. All right, so this is pursuit, and I wanted to start with the easy one, which is stop pursuit. So stop pursuit. Where do I actually use stop pursuit? Now that I think about it, where was that here? Oh, right here. Okay, so stop pursuit is easy. I think we just want to clear the path and set the step to 0. So that means I'll want to have the NPC path have something in it. Path equals, I don't know, x equals 3, y equals -2. Let's just have a 3-step path, go to 4, and then go to 4, -1. Why not, right? And then NPC dot step. Let's say we're midway through. 1, 2. This is the next step, right? So this is step 1, step 2. Remember, Lua is 1 based. So if the next step is 2, we're on this position presumably, and that's the next step we need to take. Doesn't need to scale that much. You found the players really generous. You only have like 5,000 active ones. Only 5,000? That's a lot. Hey there, Kratos. I think that sounds really successful, Apollo. I'm envious. That's where I want to be. 5,000 active players is pretty good. Okay, so we're not waiting here. We're pursuit stop. So what I expect from that is that the delta NPC path is equal to an empty list and 0 for step. That's what I expect. I think, didn't you have a link to it like before? See if I can find it. It was techspace.com, right? Yeah, that was, yeah, I know why I remember, because this was just the other day. Yeah. I would have checked it out if I wasn't so sick. Because, yeah, you sent that on Friday, and then I was actually already sick on Friday. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet. Oh, but you said you required a Facebook Messenger, right? And I was like, oh, man, that means I'll have to create I want to kill my Facebook account, though. So, Apollo I, any chance you can get it out of Facebook? Please? So I don't have to have Facebook? I'd like to try your game, but I don't want to have Facebook. That's unfortunately a barrier for me. I guess I could breathe some new life into my Facebook account just to try your game. What happens if you log into Facebook and you haven't been in there like several years? Do all the people that you used to talk to say, "Oh, you're back," and they expect you to use it again? Maybe I'll risk it just to try out your game. I don't even think I've ever used the Messenger part of Facebook. I don't know. We'll have to check it out. So this is simple. Let's just get this running. Reload that. Highly doubt that would happen. Only have a messenger only. Oh, you mean that he would remove, or they would remove it? They would make it independent of Facebook? Yeah, you're saying on Friday that the APIs, like it depends on Facebook APIs, right? Right. Oh, okay. So if I figure out how to just log into the messenger only, okay. I start to see how this might be doable. This is not parsing. Why? Unexpected symbol near equal. Line 23. That would be because I have a comma there. Commas are evil in the wrong place in Lua. That's what I've learned today. Okay, so this should be just pursuit stop that takes a context and ends. All right. So run it. It fails. I'm getting hungry too. I should probably stop soon and not finish this because pursue and attack are going to take a while. So I think I might call it soon. Actually, maybe pursue won't be that bad. Let's see if I can do it. Actually, attack won't be that bad either, right? I could mostly steal from the code I had before for that. Maybe. I don't know, we'll have to see. Alright, so stop pursuit should be really easy. All we need to do is say if context.delta.npc is nil, then context delta npc is empty table. Context delta npc dot path equals empty list. Context dot delta dot npc, that step is 0. I might have to turn that into a JSON array though. Actually, I think I do. Let me see if I've done this before. It was like JSON, right? Oh, I did. Look at that. In fact, it's probably in this little Git window I have over here somewhere. Oh, did I kill it? I did. Open it again. Was it aggression? Oh, there was a script called drop. No, that's not the same thing though, is it? Oh, maybe it is. Oh yeah, I had to do that. Okay, how am I going to test for that? I guess I can look at the test for it. Drop aggro test. Oh, they're directly comparable. I didn't remember doing that. Huh. How did I do that? I guess I can just go back and look at that later. So I'll have to update the aggro stuff too then. So I'll just do it later. I'll keep it as a table right now, and this will just make the test pass. You did not. Okay. What? Attempt to index a nil value. Wait a minute. What? 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 That's a nil value. Why? Oh, because this should be context dot. Run it again. Pass. Okay, cool. So, JSON array syntax aside, this is correct. How difficult is attack going to be? Let me look at the old attack. That was NPC attack, right? NPC attack test. Actually, it's quite elaborate, wasn't it? Ooh, yeah, because it has to do stuff like send chat messages, generate particles and sounds, update health. Player might die and... Yeah, okay, there's a bunch of stuff I have to do. Alright. That's not... I don't have enough time to do that right now. What can I wrap up with? Move, wander, pursue... We didn't do pursue yet. How much is pursue? That should just be a path find, right? Yeah, maybe I can do pursuit. Where's... Oh, there was an old one called pursuit test? Interesting. What did it used to do? I don't know why I had all that stuff in there. Okay, I don't think I need to look at it. Let me do the pursuit. How about we'll call it stop and start. So start pursuit and stop pursuit. All right. This comment is wrong. Let's just remove it. Okay, so stop first and then we'll do start. Start pursuit. So the path will... Actually, let's have a bogus path in there, because you can be in the middle of one path and then start pursuing a different target, right? Right, so we'll have it start pursuing enemy entity. Actually, I can put whatever I want here. Let's put 42 in there. So what do I expect it to do? I expect it to look up what is the position of that entity, and then do a path find. Put that path into the delta and set the step to 1, right? It should also attempt to move. And the move should always succeed, right? I guess there's an off chance that the pathfinding could make it think that it can move, and then it tries and it fails. So that means there are 2 different test cases. So start pursuit can move, and start pursuit can't move, cannot move. So I'll need to mock the move, just like I did. What did I do that for? Wander. I did it for wander. There is a move mock. Oh, this didn't actually... So wander didn't really care if you moved or not. Ours will, though. Yeah, so we'll have to mock it ourselves differently. All right, so can move. So I need to mock it. So NPC move is some kind of function, and can move is going to return true, right? And we should make sure that the destination is the first thing in the path. So let's construct the path. So new path equals, and if we're like, this is our position if that's our next step, right? I think I'm going to need to put the position in here. So position equals x is 3, y is -2. Well, I need a z coordinate. I think I do. Z is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Kratos likes it? Cool. I'll have to try it out soon. Neat. From a position, we can do a pathfind. So I'm going to need to mock the pathfinding algorithm too. So yeah, let's build up a new path to some target. So if that's where we are, then first, let's say we need to move left instead. So 2, -2, 1, -2, and let's say 1 has to go to -3 instead. So completely different direction. And what is the pathfinding function? I think I can look here again, right? And scroll until I find the... Here it is. It's just find path. Find path has a bunch of arguments. So the self comes first, then the zone. Then the starting position has to be an array. Okay. Then the ending position. Then I think that's cost function. Where is the cost function used? How come here? This wraps it, but where is it? We just checked that it's a function. Oh, it's this push value. So 5 is the cost function. The heuristic is the 6 function. What are we calling here? The third function. It doesn't make sense. What is the third thing in this list? Getting started guide is event-based. If you follow it, it will guide you through the basics and you'll get to walking around money. Okay, cool. Why is this? Oh, it's 3 arguments. I see. Wait a minute. Where do we push the function, though? I don't understand this. Oh, this is just a factory used by these two. Got it. So 5 is the cost, 6 is the heuristic. Okay. And then 7 is the max cost. Okay. So what do I expect for things? Pursuit. Actually, I guess pursuit needs an extra argument, right? What it should have like a maximum range. So like let's give it 12. I should just give these names. So local target entity is 42, local max range is 12. Let's put them up here. Right there. So that's target entity max range. And then anything else parameterized here, that's from the context. These are from the context. That it's going to have to look it up, right? So I'll need to maybe just use what's in the common here for with entity component type. So I'll just do game dot so yeah, game dot components dot pause, right? Game dot components dot pause target entity, and then this needs to be a have an X, Y, and Z in it. I forget if the last step is the target. I think it is. So Y is -3, Z is, I guess I can just say context.npc, context.position.z. There we go. So that gives a position component to the target entity. So then we can it can just use this one as is, and then I just need to mock the find path. Self, this is where it gets a little tricky, right? Zone, start, end, cost, heuristic, max cost, end. All right. Only there was a comment. Yeah. I don't feel like doing that. I probably should go through here and do that. I should put a comment here saying, like right here, saying that this is about to be used by these, by a cost and heuristic function objects to generate the wrappers that we need. Or I could just refactor this, because this should maybe just be its own function that's separate. You know, it's a function that returns a function. Proper factory and all that. Okay, so find path. Should just have it return new path. That's what it does, right? What does it return? It returns a table. It's making an array out of it, though. Okay, so the actual path doesn't have x's and y's like that. In the C++, it's just an array. So I guess I should just update this. It's just numbers. Like that. And then here too. Oops. Remove that. Remove the numbers. There we go. So then I would just return new path here. Okay. And then we also want to check that things are the same, right? So moon unit expect. I can't help feeling I'm missing some syntax because it's not indenting properly like that. Expect equal context.position.zone.z for the zone. Let me do a reload to make sure I didn't miss some syntax here. Probably did. Yeah, I did. 61. Self zone. Oh, this, we can't use the word end there. So maybe target. Okay, we're cool. So the start should be where it is. So that should be expect context position X for start 1, because it's an array. So Y is 2. And target should be this guy. So that's... How do I not repeat those numbers? I guess I'll just spell it out. So it's that for target 1 and 2. And then, do I really care about the cost and heuristics right now? I don't think I really do care. Maybe I do. How did I test that before, though? Oh, it's supposed to use a game heuristic and the cost function had to use NPC path cost. NPC path cost. Yeah, but what do we do with that? Okay, how is NPC path cost put into this? Oh, I remember why. I remember where that is. NPC path cost. That I never did port that to C++. That's actually been removed here. That was the test for it. Where was the actual code? Here. I wonder if I should not delete this file. Ah, shoot. What am I going to do about this one? I can just pull... I can... Yeah. That should just be part of the pursuit, right? Pursuit should include that function. All right, I'll have to redo it. Only have 8 points. Why do you only have 8 points? How come I... Oh, it's TH3EP. I thought it gave you a bunch more points for something. Well, let's give you 2 more points because I feel like it. At least 10. You should have at least 10 points. Hmm. You don't have any points. Have you said anything points worthy? Well, you should have at least 1. Here, have a point. You can't really do anything with points in my stream yet. Later, they'll be used for redeeming things in my game. So I don't know if you'll be able to do anything with 1 point, but I think the first reward will be at least 10 points. Anyway, I'm kind of running out of steam too. Let me try to find a nice ending point. Maybe what I'll do is I'll help Mark to do that I need to test the cost function separately. Yeah, let's do that. So to do, or let's just have an empty test that fails. I like that. To do, or no, I don't even have to mark it to do. It's just going to fail. So end moon unit assert true false. I'll say to do here just in case. So this one will it's named what? It's named cost function. Test to make sure the cost... Actually, I'm probably have more than one test here, right? The cost function has to evaluate how much it costs to move onto a square that an NPC could move on, could not move on, that kind of thing. Yeah, so this needs to be broken up into a few things. So cost possible move. Test to make sure the cost function returns. Well, actually, let's just not have comments. Cost can move. Cost cannot move. And it can't move for a couple different reasons. Cannot move obstacle. And the other one is cannot move. Well, there's two kinds of obstacles. Cannot move background obstacle. And the other one is cannot move other NPC friendly. Or just other NPC, right? Cost cannot move other NPC. You know, I need to think about this because the pursuit function might have to be specialized for different NPCs. Well, actually, it doesn't matter what kind of NPC. They're not allowed to move through a player, and they're not allowed to move through other NPCs. Oh, but they should be able to compute a path that goes through NPCs even if they can't move through them, right? Not necessarily. Depends on the type of pursuit. Okay, then this will be parameterized. How am I going to write this then? This is always true. They should not try to path through obstacles. Let's just call it obstacle. Let's just say can and can't move. There's certain contexts where they can move through other NPC, or let's say cost path through other NPC. Path around other NPC. And they can never, well, should I have players block pathfinding entirely for NPCs? I don't think I should. I think NPCs should always try to, so can, let's just call it path through player. There's certain cases where, am I right about this? Let me look at the code. Okay, can move through other players. Oh, if the player is gone, you can path through them. Actually, what does continue do? It skips them? Oh, it doesn't consider it there. Right. It just goes to the next entity in the list. Otherwise, it says you can path through a player. And then it's permitted, then you can. If it's denied, you can't. All right. That's seek characters. And then background only. It ignores players and characters entirely. Ignores NPCs and players entirely. It just uses the background only. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the way I did this. This is redundant. It's in two places, right? It's there and it's there. Either NPCs permit pathing or they're ignored. And players either are ignored or they permit pathing depending on if the player is gone or not. And again, I guess whether we're seeking other characters. I need to see when is seek characters used versus background only. This requires more thought. But right now, if I'm thinking they'll probably support both, then this should be path through player and path. Okay, so there should be two versions of this. Path ignore player. And then the other one should be it should be path. There's two versions of this, right? Path through player present and gone. So this is path through player gone. Actually, these are always true, right? Looking back at this. Yeah, so this... It's ignore player gone. And I never need to do that. There. We either pass through the player when they're present or ignore them. And we always ignore players that are gone. And we'll either pass through another NPC or we'll ignore them actually. Ignore means we need to look at the tile underneath that NPC. What will get you 10 points in the game? Use toilet papyrus? I don't know. Probably limited use items like a single use magic wand or something. You can use it 10 times and then it turns to ash or something. You can now what? What am I looking at? What? Character icons could be fun. Like if you have, oh, pet the cat, but the cat's not around. Okay, just because you redeemed it before and I didn't see it and now you're redeeming again, let me go find the cat. Oh, I'm being raided by Adam. Wonderful. Adam, I was just about to end my stream. Thank you for the raid though. The Epic Unknown just redeemed the custom reward pet the cat. So I'm gonna have to go find the cat and pet him. I'll bring the cat back to the camera though, and then I'll explain what I'm doing, alright? So just a moment. Alright, guess who I have here? It's a kitty. Look. He doesn't like me holding him like that. So I will pet the cat right here. Where's the take back the raid button? I don't know. Hey, bye, kitty. He's so sweet. He's probably like, why the heck did you just wake me up? All right, well, anyway. Hello, Adam viewers. If you've never been here before, there's a link to my intro video. Make that two-handed. It's hard to pet the cat while sitting here in front of the microphone. There's a link to my game. I've been working today on reconstructing the scripts for my non-player characters here. There's George, our friendly NPC. Let me place him up here. He's programmed to go and destroy these enemies there. He's on the way there. He's going to go do it. But the scripts are a mess. So my game is a MUD, multi-user dungeon. You could think of it as an online, like an MMORPG, but it's more text-based, more retro. Got a dine and dash. Me too, Adam. I'll be out soon too, but thank you for the raid. So this is a custom game engine. It's split between the front-end client, which runs in the browser, and we're using a lot of JavaScript here. Phaser.js for the graphics, React for the rest of the UI, just like Adam's game. So there's a bit of commonality in that we're both using React and Redux, but that's pretty much it. He's using Phaser and he's using Pixie and I'm using Phaser. My graphics are strictly tile-based, and so it's a bit different from Botland. And thank you for that stream raid / host Backcraft. The back end of my game is a custom C++ program with Lua scripts. Today I've been working on setting up new unit tests for new versions of the scripts that run these non-player characters. So, for example, this is the one I got working up here, right? So if an NPC is on a path pursuing a target and we tell them to stop, we make sure that the path is cleared. So both the scripts and the tests for the scripts are written in Lua. Yeah, hello, Backcraft. So basically, all the scripts I'd written in Lua for my NPCs were pretty much garbage. They're really bad and buggy. So today's objective was to rewrite them. So I'm like halfway through rewriting the basic NPC subroutines. So like functions in Lua for like when an NPC moves, when they wander around, when they attack, when they are looking for the next enemy. after I get these subroutines set up, I'm going to use them to construct this script, which is kind of like a botland script, where there are terminators in here, so like attack, wait, run completion script. All of these would be terminators for this script. They would stop. And so I have it sort of structured like I would do in a botland script, where the highest priority things come first, and if they result in a terminator, then it stops. Otherwise, it proceeds down the list. So, in other words, the thing that's most important to an NPC in my game is if there's an enemy within range, attack them. And then the least important thing is if you have nothing else to do, just wander around, right? And in the middle somewhere are all the other duties and actions an NPC can perform, like guiding a client, waiting for them if they're out of range, pulling aggro, pursuing enemies, traveling from one place in the game to another. So like you could be traveling from one place to another and then get distracted by pursuing an enemy and then attacking them. And then when there's nothing to attack and there's nothing to pursue anymore, then you would resume going to the next checkpoint. That's kind of how it's arranged. So I'm about to end. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. I'll be finishing up the subroutines for NPCs and then trying to reconstruct the overall NPC script. So the script is going to drive both these test monsters and then this test friendly NPC. How do you bridge phaser with your backend? Yeah, I can show that. That's not too hard at all. I have, let me go over the basic structure of that. So fundamentally, it's a React app I started with, and I pulling in Redux. Along with that, to connect the two, I use React Redux, but that's sort of inapplicable to phaser. So the way I pull in phaser is one of the middlewares that I have, if I go there, is called the stage. So the stage middleware handles all of the state that has to do with things that are drawn in phasers, like the tiles, a pop-up messages, like when I mouse over like that, that's a pop-up, stuff like that. And what this middleware basically does is it has to obey the API for Redux middleware, so it's given a get state and dispatch functions, and it's supposed to return a function which, given the next middleware in the chain of middlewares, it will then give you another function. It's a chain of functions, so it's kind of hard to understand. But if you know Redux middleware, this middleware will first call given an action, it'll call the next middleware in the chain, and then after it's basically let the next guy go, it will take the action, its type, and look it up in my handlers array. And these are all the Redux actions that will affect what's shown on the screen here. So for example, reflecting a particle is going to make these little sprites and start tracking them, right? Reflecting a sprite update happens whenever I shift the camera like that. Stuff like that. So everything that needs to be handled in phaser has a handler here. After, where is that? At some point, right. One of the actions will actually trigger creating phaser in the first place. I think that's show stage. Right, so in show stage, we set up, let me collapse these. We set up all of these callbacks for phaser. What the callbacks actually do is not relevant yet. So let me collapse them all. At the very bottom, it's hard to see because you have to read it from the bottom up. We're creating a phaser game. We're storing it in this stage variables that I set up. This is like state that we captured that's part of the middleware. And you give it a config. And in the config, there will be a scene. And in the scene, there will be the callbacks. And one of the callbacks will be phaser init. And phaser init is, here's where I link the context back into my stage structure as scene. So that from then on I can do stage scene. And then phaser preload, where I load some of the like hard-coded assets that I have. And then phaser create, I think, is where this on phaser ready ends up dispatching more stuff, I think. But yeah, we do things like hook the keyboard, hook the pointer at this point. So it's pretty complicated. It's probably not very well designed yet. Excuse me, I got a cold. There's a little bit between the actions and Lua. So actions in Redux, all that they are strings and associated structures. Like, so when I define an action, the type is just a string, and when you create an action, you're just making a structure where the type is set to whatever the string is, and then you have one or more arguments. And then when that's dispatched in Redux, for example, like this action called show stage is dispatched, we actually don't even need any arguments. Just dispatching an action in Redux is the equivalent to calling a function in every middleware. So any middleware that cares about show stage will dispatch it, like we'll catch the dispatch and just do stuff. So this is on the front end, so all of these actions are front end things only. We're talking about Lua, the Lua scripts like I was working on before, like stop pursuit, that's in the back end. So the easiest way to think about the connection between the front end and the back end is, for example, if the position of one of these enemies changes, like one of these slimes moves up, there's a chain of events that happens. So, number one, slime moves north. So what does that cause to happen? The rendering system notices slime was at y equals 2, now at y equals 1. So that causes the rendering system sends client sprites update message. And then the next thing is a sprites update message received turns into reflect sprites updated action. And then stage middleware moves the sprite associated with the slime. So it's a this is all on the back end, and then the front end. Does that make sense? When the slime actually moves, the rendering system notices it moves, sends an update message. The front end captures that and turns it into a instruction to Phaser to actually move the sprite associated with it. And how do we coordinate what slime is what? These all have entity numbers, and I reuse these entity numbers to be keys in a map in the front end to all the sprites that are generated for Phaser. Send a thumbs up to my game. What's that? Oh, to Kratos. Okay, never mind. Remember, Lua scripts doing the scripting on the server side? They're all on the server side. The front end is all JavaScript. So the front end is literally doing things in pairs like this. When it receives a message, it turns it into an action, and then one or more, either reducers or middlewares, takes that action and results in changing something in Phaser or changing something in the user interface here. So the front end in the browser, it's really just a thin client, and most of the game runs on the server. Okay, see ya, Epic Unknown. Anyway, that's roughly what happens in any action in the game. And so the other direction would be sort of like this in reverse. When you click somewhere, like if I click on this button to move left, what that's doing is it's telling the front end that you want to move the camera 1 square to the left, and then that ends up sending a message to the game server. The game server takes that request to move and says, well, can we do that? If yes, then change the data on the server to reflect that that person has moved to the left now. The communication between is through these messages. This message looks like, I'll show you what it looks like. It's a WebSocket message. So let's look at the WebSocket. I need to actually pick the right one because there's 3 of them. So I just moved left once, right? One of these will have a request to move. Here it is. No, this one. So as the GM or the admin in the game, It's not just a request to move left. It's a demand to the game to modify the position of entity 37197 and put them exactly there. Because as the admin, I can actually teleport around if I wanted. I could say, oh, I want to go there. I want to go over here now. And it just teleports me. And I can move through walls. There's no check. It's just a command to the game to move there. So that's sent as a string, a JSON encoded string, over a WebSocket connection to the server, and the server pulls it apart by looking at the type, and it dispatches it accordingly. So in the other direction, it kind of works the same way, only it's going to be on a different WebSocket here. So each time like something moves, a message comes back from the server saying, hey, update the sprites that you're drawing, move this sprite 3330, move it to these coordinates. And on the front end, the place where they connect is in server messages.js. Where is that exactly? Oh, no, it's in game connection. Game connection. So this is how you would, this is one way that you could connect to something through a WebSocket. You just say new WebSocket. You have to put the hostname and port number in there. And then you attach listeners. So there's the open listener, close, and message. So the most important of these, I think, is message. So what I do so any kind of message, we take the data in the event, parse it as JSON, put it into an action called receive message, and along with the message JSON object that we parsed, we attach like which server told us this message, and then that gets dispatched. So that goes to the other one I was just looking at, which is server messages. So these are all the server messages that we could receive, and one of them is going to be sprites update. And a lot of these I just one-to-one map. So like if we get a script, wrong one, sprites update. If we get a sprites update message, I turn it back and make a new action called reflect sprites update, and then I interpret some of the contents of the message, right? And then that's the one that's going to immediately go back into the stage to update the phaser. So you'll find a reflect sprites update is right here. And here's where we say, well, if there's a shift to the camera, apply that shift to all the particles and tiles that we've drawn. And then for everything listed on old, we reflect that we remove those sprites that are old. And there's a bunch of adds, moves, and updates. Actually, there's two places we remove. These are explicitly removed, and these are removed because they're out of range. We do a range check. If it's out of range of the camera, then we can't see it anymore. So yeah, we're interpreting the guts of the message in order to update the screen here in response to that sprites update message. So yeah, there's a lot between the Lua and the JavaScript. The Lua causes a change to happen to the game. The rendering system of the game turns that into a sprites update message. Sprite update message gets sent over a WebSocket. When it gets received, it gets redispatched through Redux as a reflect that something changed, and then it finally gets caught in the middle where that draws things on the screen. So there's like 5 or 6 steps in the way. Anyway, I think I need to call it here because I'm getting really tired. I was working today mostly to rewrite the Lua scripts in the backend server to control these NPCs, and I'm not done, so next time I stream tomorrow afternoon, I'll finish these subroutines. So I'm going to work next on Pursuit, which is doing some pathfinding, and then the attack script. And then that'll be done, and then I'll be formulating this sort of one-size-fits-all NPC script. And the test will be that these enemies move around predictably the same way, and George still attacks them. Hey there, Playing with Scissors. Hello and goodbye, because I'm ending the stream. Feels bad, man, but yeah. I've been going for almost 5 hours, and I'm getting really tired and hungry. So, appreciate the raid from Adam, but unfortunately I gotta run. Let me look and see who else is streaming that we can pass on to. Oh, you were saying hi and bye. I get it. Well, I'm going to pass it on to Tim because he's streaming now, and he's also making his own game and game engine in C++. And he's right now working on levels in his game. So here's the link to his channel, if you haven't seen it before. What's this that you tried, Apollo I? What did you try to do here? Oh, you're standing in the beginning area of the game. Should we go and see where you are there? Hopefully, let me drag this off the screen. I don't have the F12 screen on. Okay, we're safe. Where did you go? Oh, you're not logged in anymore. You were online. Where did you last go? I'm assuming your player's 690, 659, and you're standing right there. You didn't move. Oh, you're saying it's tiny? You must have. Oh, because you're on a 4K screen, 5K screen. I haven't worked on different size screens yet, Apollo I. So right now it's mostly geared towards 1080p, and even then, the there's a lot. The screen allotment of real estate isn't that well tuned. Like if you full screen the thing, there's a lot of empty space here and there. I need to work on that. Make sure to say hi to Monkey. Yeah, Monkey is Tim's bird. So, anyway, we're going to pass it on to Tim now. I hope you enjoyed watching today's stream and hope to see you tomorrow. Sorry to bother, but did I play Ultima back then? Yes. This game is inspired by Ultima. Do you kind of see the resemblance? So, it's got my own art in there, but also it's got some things that look like Ultima because I enjoyed playing that when I was a kid. So, I'm basically making a MUD that's inspired by Ultima. So, yeah, I really got to run. I wish I could answer more questions, but I'm running into time constraints now because I'm an hour late now. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. So if you enjoyed this little bit, then hopefully you'll be back tomorrow. And we'll go enjoy Tim's stream now. Yeah, I could. Yes, here's my Discord link. Please feel free to join that and ask me anything you'd like that I haven't gotten to today. So, until tomorrow, my friends, thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye.